you all today as ISEP UAE offers you the third installation of 2021 webinar series. Today's webinar is part of the ISEP UAE's 13th anniversary celebration. We are very privileged to be joined today with a good roster of speakers that will present very interesting and balanced topics. Indeed, it will be great to fill our knowledge tanks again, as we will have an excellent overview of one of the main backbones of transportation systems, which
This
will be
meeting is
followed
being recorded.
by enriching our personal mindsets that will surely help us in our professional engagements. Once again, I am Engineer Hannah May Istenote Bio, and I will be your event moderator for today. Now, allow me to read to you the mission of ISEP: to be the showcase of professional and technical development and the paradigm of excellence in applying the principles of electronics technology for the advancement of humanity. The vision: the organization envisions world-class organization of human, competent, virtuous, and globally competitive electronics professionals. At this juncture, I would like to call in Engineer Kristen May B. Garbosa, our 2021 Secretary, for the announcement of the House rules. Ma'am Tin?
Thank you very much, Engineer Hannah. Good morning, everyone, and also good afternoon. We love for you to be engaged and active during the webinar. However, we have a few house rules that we ask you to politely abide in order to make our webinar as fun and efficient as possible. First is identity. As we join this WebEx meeting, make sure we have registered with our complete name and chapter affiliation, or else leave the meeting for a moment, rename and rejoin. For this, we will be the basis of the registration committee validating our participation and event certificate release. And then technology. As we participants are expected to be observant and mindful of the status of our microphones and cameras. Microphones should remain muted until it is our turn to speak. When it is our turn to speak, eliminate unnecessary noise that may distract the session. We may switch off or just turn into silent mode our mobile devices. Let us keep our webcam closed unless necessary. Have a good background with proper lighting where everybody can see us. Also, ensure we make eye contact with the camera when we speak. By this practice, we will maintain the clarity of our resource speaker's presentation. Then, streaming. Our meeting is also broadcasted live via social media, ISEP UAE's Facebook page and YouTube channel. This can be beneficial for we can revisit and share it with our colleagues who did not register the webinar. Next is discussion. At any point in time while the speaker is presenting, we can type our comments and questions into questions tab, not the chat tab, as they may get lost in the sea of comments. Then, evaluation. For registered participants who also joined the webinar, we prepared the online evaluation form to express our comments, feedback, and suggestions for the improvement of our upcoming webinars. In addition, part of this assessment are quiz type items that will measure our learnings we gain from the topic. The link will be shared before the webinar ends. And finally, we have to hear your feedback by answering the assessment report, wherein link will be shared in our chat box before the webinar ends. It's mandatory requirement for your CPD application as proof of your participation in this webinar. And that's it for the house rule. I'll give back to you, Ms. Hannah.
Thank you so much, Secretary Tin. At this point, I would like to call in our 2021 Vice Governor for Internal Affairs, Engineer Teresa J. Ocampo, to lead us in prayer.
Let's
TJ.
bow our head and feel the Spirit of the Lord.
Dear God, as we gather today for ICPUA's 13th anniversary celebration, third webinar and mid-year general membership meeting, we thank you for fellowship and family. Thank you for the speakers and all participants gathering today. Though we are not physically together, but we know that your divine spirit is scattered among us wherever we are. We ask that you will strengthen us, restore us, and inspire us with your love. Fill us with your peace as we journey for more years onward. Lord Jesus, we pray to hear your voice and the strength to continue working for your kingdom in the pandemic. Do not allow us to be indifferent to those who today suffer the loss of a loved one or who suffer from the absence of work. When you walk with us on earth, you spread your healing power. We place in your loving care all who are affected by coronavirus. Keep us strong in faith, hope, and love. Bring relief to our sick, console our bereaved, protect those who care for us. We leave our prayer to you, Lord, and trust you in your infinite mercy. Whatever tomorrow may bring, we will praise your name. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Please stay still as we pay tribute to the national anthems of UAE and our very own Philippine national anthem. Please get settled as I call our very hardworking chapter governor, Dr. Renan Gotis, for his welcome address. Dr. Nan?
Thank you very much, Engineer Hannah. Good morning, ISEP UAE members, and good afternoon to our guest in the Philippines. Okay, and also, yeah, still good morning for the Middle East chapter members. Okay, to our guests, Consul General Marford Angeles, Engineer Jun Lloyd Gopela, Professor Sujit Sukumaran, Engineer Jetrofel Ramboyong, and Dr. Michelle Lawas. Okay. Um, Also to our officers and board of trustees, our advisors, and of course our chapter members, and also our guests from other chapters. Okay, it is my privilege and pleasure to welcome all of you. A very good day. In behalf of ISEP UAE chapter, we are delighted to have you with us to participate on our 13th year anniversary celebration, which is composed of this our third technical webinar, bonus additional webinar for all ISEP members. Okay, and also later on we will have our own mid-year general membership meeting. So we will start off this day with, of course, a technical webinar from our very own engineer June Lloyd. Okay, sharing his expertise on railway industry. As I mean, yung mga nasa Pinas, of course, they are familiar, but for others in abroad, okay, the railway industry is booming in the country. Maraming projects na parating diyan, okay. And then next will be, of course, a soft skill webinar, so that we can prepare ourselves. Actually, we already prepared, but maybe to safeguard ourselves during the pandemic, so that you can have a bulletproof view. Okay, and then later on, the ISEP UAE members will have our own mid-year general meeting. So please stay put, okay? Finish the webinars, okay? And dun sa ISEP member UAE, I hope you can join the meeting. Once again, let's prepare ourselves for this webinar. Thank you very much. Back to you, Engineer Hannah.
Thank you so much, Doc Renan, for your very warm welcome address. At this juncture, I would like to call in Engineer Leaf Marvin Valeros, our 2021 Director for Technical Developments, to introduce our honorary speaker. Engineer Leaf.
Thank you, Ms. Hannah. Good morning, everyone, and good afternoon to our Philippine audience. Happy 13th year anniversary to our chapter ISEP UAE as well. It is my pleasure to introduce to you our honorary speaker for today's anniversary celebration webinar. Our speaker is a graduate from the University of the Philippines, Manila, with a bachelor's degree in political science. He is a career diplomat, having served in the Philippine Embassy in Hanoi, Vietnam, the Philippine Embassy in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and the Philippine Consulate General in Sydney, Australia. He also served in various offices in our home country, namely the Office of the UN and other international organizations, the ASEAN Affairs Office, the Strategic Planning and Policy Coordination Office, and the ASEAN Pacific Affairs Office. We electronics engineers, UAE OFW workers, are lucky enough that we are currently benefiting from our speaker's excellent service to us Filipinos, as he is currently serving as the Deputy Head of Mission at the Philippine Embassy in Abu Dhabi, UAE. Did I say lucky? Yes, we are lucky, but there's someone luckier than us, as our speaker is serving as the better half of Mrs. Joan Angeles, whom he is married to for 17 years. Fellow electronic engineers, let us all welcome our Minister and Consul General of the Philippine Embassy, Abu Dhabi, Consul Marford Angeles.
Thank you very much, Leaf Marvin, for that wonderful introduction. I am honored to be with you. It is my pleasure to join the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines UAE chapter, ISEP UAE, on its 13th anniversary and the third technical webinar. I am pleased to be able to join you on behalf of our dear Ambassador, Her Excellency, Jacqueline Quintana, who unfortunately is unable to join you due to pressing matters. She sends her warmest regards and congratulations to all of you, and I am privileged to be with you on this very important occasion. Celebrating an anniversary is an opportune time to look back and also to look ahead, to take stock of how far you have come and where you want to be in the coming years. The past 13 years have seen ISEP UAE working towards strengthening the capabilities and protecting the welfare of your members, which is, of course, the main reason why your organization was established, the reason for being of ISEP UAE, which is to serve the professional electronics engineers, associates, and members through seminars, workshops, and other activities that support and increase competency. That is how it should be. But I'm also happy to note that ISEP UAE has not only been looking inward, it has also taken a look at the larger Filipino community to see what needs to be done and has stepped up to offer its help and assistance. I take note that your organization has assisted in the work of creating awareness towards overseas voting for previous national elections, and that you have conducted activities to help those who have been affected by previous natural calamities in the Philippines, such as Ondoy and Pepin, and you have provided assistance to those who are needing help. Your organization, having handled deftly this delicate balance of looking after the interests of your organization and its members, as well as the larger community, has earned well your much-deserved accolades, getting recognition as ISEP National by ISEP National as the 2009 Most Outstanding Chapter uh, of the Year and 2011 and 2012 Most Outstanding Foreign Chapter of the Year. And in 2018 and 2019, being recognized as the best foreign chapter. Now, 13 years since its inception, what is it that ISEP UAE wants to accomplish? Well, in June last year, the Department of Finance and the National Economic Development Authority, NEDA, conducted an online multi-stakeholder poll for youth leaders to come up with 10 recommendations and actionable items on how to strengthen the economy following the effects of COVID-19 related shutdowns. One of the recommendations was the need to improve internet infrastructure and connectivity, as well as to ensure proper and flexible training amid social distancing limitations. To this end, the student arm of ISEP organized online webinars for students interested in computer networking, including an online tutorial on IPv6, co-facilitated with APNIC, as well as a group discussion on pursuing a career in the ICT industry. But why am I mentioning this to you? Of course, you already might know about this because this is an ISEP initiative. I mention this because this is an example of how your organization can take a look at the current situation and find a way to address a need. Distance learning education is one area where there is a need that needs to be met and gaps need to be filled, and where your expertise is most needed in this post-COVID world. And therefore, we go back to the question, 13 years since the inception of ISEP UAE, what future direction should the organization take? What great accomplishments lie ahead for your organization? The answer lies within you, the officers and members of ISEP UAE. The Philippine Embassy's message for Filipinos in the UAE has been always consistent, and this is very true for ISEP UAE. We recognize that you bring pride to Filipinos everywhere whenever you do well in your chosen profession. Because of your personal achievements, these reflect on the Filipino professionals everywhere. And it serves to strengthen the image of Filipinos as excellent professionals, much sought after for their talent, dedication, commitment, and creativity. And for this, we are grateful and proud. And the embassy always been also consistent in its challenge to you, that you continue to think of ways to distinguish yourselves collectively and individually. Now that we live in the time of COVID, some may say that these are hopeless or dismal times. I believe that it is actually the opposite. For in times of crisis, these are also instances for great solutions to be uncovered. Times of distress provide opportunities to help for those who are able to help. And thus, ISEP, collectively or individually, can find ways to be a light during dark times. Whether you do this by making new scientific discoveries or by founding your own company focusing on a niche market, or by finding creative solutions to problems and being a pioneer in a particular field, or by simply responding to a need. You may have heard this before. I was looking for something significant about the number 13 because this is the number of years that ISEP has already been in existence. This is your 13th anniversary. And I found out that the radio took 38 years to reach a market audience of 50 million. Television took 13 years to reach 50 million viewers. And the internet only took 3 years to reach a market audience of 50 million. So I believe that ISEP will be able to achieve leaps and bounds with your commitment, with the talent that you have among your ranks, and with the technology at hand. I am sure that the next few years for ISEP UAE will be exciting indeed. I have great confidence that ISEP UAE will continue to be most relevant as a professional group and as a Filipino community organization in the UAE. Mabuhay po kayong lahat at pagpalain nawa kayo ng Panginoong may kapal. Magandang umaga po and congratulations to everyone.
Thank you so much, Honorable Marford Angeles, for gracing our event and for the acknowledgement of ISAP UAE's significance on the current year, on the current gaps that we need to fill in with the new normal. And with the collaborations with Philippine Embassy, it is indeed very inspiring for us to move forward and to do more. At this juncture, we would like to award you our certificate. Let me read to you the text, Certificate of Appreciation. This certificate is proudly presented to Honorable Marford M. Angeles, Minister and Consul General, our honorary guest speaker during the ISEP UAE 13th year anniversary celebration, its third technical webinar and mid-year general membership meeting for his invaluable contribution given this 23rd day of July 2021 in United Arab Emirates, signed by our Governor and Chairman of the Board, Dr. Renan M. Gotis. Thank you so much, Honorable.
Thank you very much and congratulations.
This juncture, let me call in our very active 2021 Vice Governor for Internal Affairs, Engineer Teresa J. Ocampo, to introduce our first resource speaker. Ma'am TJ.
Good morning, Engineer Hannah. Our technical speaker for today is of Bachelor of Science in Electronics Engineering from St. Louis University, currently working as Process Improvement Lead, EMEA Region from Alstom Company, currently acquired by Bombardier Transportation in February 2021. He is specialized in instrumentation and control and rail system engineering and management. His exposure on system performance manager from Mitsubishi Heavy Industries in Dubai Metro project. Aside from ISEP UAE Life member, his major affiliation as APEC Engineering Registry, Society of Engineers, ASEAN Federation of Engineering Organization, AMC ESP, is also member of the Institute of Engineering and Technology, United Kingdom, a member of the Institute of Engineers, Australia, Institute of Railway Signal Engineers, London, Kingdom, United Kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, to give an overview on rail safety engineering and management, please help me welcome Engineer Jun Lloyd Emerson R. Gupela.
Thank you po, Ma'am TJ, for the introduction, and also thank you for our current officers, we Governor and Rinan, for starting the seminars. And I also would like to welcome and appreciate the time lent by our Consul General, Sir Marford, and also our President Michelle Lawas, also on the line. So for the presentation, as the mentioned, I'll be discussing with everyone a quick overview of the rail system engineering management for ECEs, in particular on how electronics engineers are handling and are in charge in relation to the scope of work of rail systems under the different technological and design considerations. So for the presentation, there are some limitations in relation to the presentation because of the given short period of time. However, in terms of technical information, every engineer has some sort of information that they would like to have in relation to design. So basically, I will just give a short description of what the different systems are involved in the rail systems, as well as a quick overview of the schematic and control. Okay, so to start with, here are our course objectives in order for us to comprehend and enact what our aims are. So the first aim is we have to understand how we break down and have a general understanding of the different systems related to railways. Next is to introduce the different technologies in the railway industry, as well as familiarize ourselves in relation to the emerging technologies that are impacting the current railway industry. But before that, we need to be motivated on what drives us for the railways. So the first one is the Philippine Rail Network Project. As everyone is aware, the top 10 most expensive build projects are seen in your screen, and 50% of them are always related to the railway. So you have your North-South Commuter Railway Extension, your Metro Manila Subway Project, your PNR South Long Haul, your North-South Commuter Rail, as well as your Mindanao Rail Project Phase 1. And in relation to the other side, it's your costing. So makita natin how our Philippine government is pushing for the installation and development, as well as procurement for the railway industry. Okay. So here's a short video from the Department of Transportation in relation to all of those projects. So as you saw from the presentations or from the videos, napakalaki ng project in relation to railways for the Philippine by the Philippine government. And in this discussion, hopefully all of the systems that we're going to be discussing or showing will be under the responsibility and accountability of all electronics engineers. And here, on the other hand, is the reason number two in the global competition and opportunities for the railway. So aside from the Philippine government projects, there are also a lot of railway systems all over the world. And here are the top 10 of the longest railway networks available. So that means if you have expertise on your systems and you've been practicing uh, railway system engineering, you will be able to go to these different countries to work as well. So you have your United States as number one, all the way to China, Russia, Canada, India, Germany, Australia, Argentina, Brazil, and France. So the only common thing about all of these countries in terms of rank is that they are also part of the top 15 global economies in the world. So ibig sabihin nito, railway network is very critical para mag-exist yung push for the economic growth. Okay? So that is the reason number two. And then we're going to proceed now with the nuts and bolts. And before I even proceed with the presentation, I would like to put some small disclaimer that even though I work for an rolling stock companies or rail system, all the presentations are not representative of my company. And then all of the design video presentations are available online, and they are actually presented or summarized at the end credits. For the rail system, here are the nuts and bolts that I'm going to be discussing. The first one is the rail core systems. Second is the rail communication systems, rail signaling system, other systems integrated with rail, emerging technologies in railway system, and then we verify them as one integrated unit. Now, for the rail core system, there are two that needs to be understood by electronics engineers, and they are basically the power distribution system and data transmission system. Hindi ko sinama dito yung rolling stock because rolling stock is more on the mechanical side, but for the power distribution system, it's very essential because we need to understand how we demarcate the scope of work between the electrical and our ECE colleagues. So for the power distribution system, this is basically a system that provides electricity to the entire railway system. So we have multiple ways of powering up rolling stock or yung train. And one of them that is being pushed all over the world is through electricity. We have the diesel engine powered by the, the diesel, and we also have the new technology, which is the hydrogen technology. Now, for the power system, we just need to understand what a substation is. Basically, this is an assembly that contains transformers, switchgears, rectifiers, and feeders that supplies power to the train, to the track side, as well to the stations. For a simple layout, this is what it looks like. So from the top of the screen, you will be able to see the supply coming from a grid substation or yung main power supply. It goes to your DC substation, and depending on the design of the railway, you could have either an AC or DC system that will power up your vehicle. And then after the DC substation, it will go down to the line to the station itself that powers all the equipments, and to the track side, which powers your train. Now, in terms of electrical transmission, there are two practices that's being utilized by the railway, and that is the catenary and the third rail. So catenary, very common sa atin in terms of MRT, and this is how it operates.
Pantographs are current collectors that transfer the electricity from the catenary to the train motor. The sliding strip creates the electrical contact to the catenary wire. A pantograph spring system ensures permanent contact at any speed. Even at speeds greater than 400 kilometers per hour, the high-speed pantograph by shunt guarantees uninterrupted electric current transfer. The sliding strip performs an important function. As it is pressed against the catenary, it ensures electric current transfer. Strong frictional forces take effect here on the sliding strip and the catenary line. Shunk has designed the structure and the material of the current collectors and sliding strips such that the sliding strip and the conducting wire are subject to a very low level of wear. Shunk developed an innovative solution for monitoring the sliding contacts of rail vehicles from a central location, intelligent carbon for pantographs. The measurement of sliding strip wear is automated so that it is easy to determine when they should be replaced. This is Shunk's contribution to optimum maintenance intervals. That means fewer visual checks and lower costs. The advantages of shunt current collectors and sliding contacts are obvious. The highest degree of operational safety, outstanding resilience, long service life, easy maintenance, and environmental compatibility. And our success speaks for itself. Shunk is the world's leading manufacturer of carbon sliding strips.
Okay, so that is how the catenary system works for the railway. And you already saw one demarcation between the electrical and the ECE in terms of the intelligent system that was presented. Now, the second part is the third rail, which is mostly used by subways or metro system.
Shunk moves the railway forward not only on the fast and distant routes, but also in local traffic. Subways and suburban railway cars are often supplied with electricity from a so-called third rail. This electrical strip most often runs along the side of the railway track. Current collectors transfer the electricity from the third rail to the train, and these current collectors come from Shunk, in the expected top quality. While the train is moving, the current collectors are subject to enormous loads. Unfavorable environmental conditions, such as heat, moisture, dust, and strong vibrations, make electric current transfer difficult. In addition, the distances between the electrical strip and the bogie often vary. But the fully insulated current collectors by Shunk ensure that electricity flows so the train can move at all times and in all places.
Okay, so these are the two means of electrical transmission from the power line all the way to the train system or the vehicle. Now, where do electronics professional fits in? And we fit in through the programmable logic controllers. Now, those who are familiar with this, you will be able to see the different modules as well as the terminal blocks that demarcates the signals that is being transmitted by your end equipment going to your processor and all the way to your user profile or platform. Now, why do we say that electronics professional fits in here? Because of the information being processed in the PLC, in the programmable logic control. And in this information, we have four: the DIDO, AI, AO, which is basically the digital input or the equipment status. The digital output are the commands given to the equipment through user interface platform. Analog input are usually the readings provided by the end equipment, while the analog output are values given by the operator to the system to be implemented on the equipment itself. So bear in mind, always remember these I/O points because this is very critical, not just for the power system, but also for the other subsystem that is integrated in the railway. So we have this I/O matrix system that is being analyzed and integrated into a single module. At the same time, we gather this information of I/O in terms of transduced information through the terminal block. So that means that the signals coming from the end equipment is being transduced into a digital information that ranges from 5 volts to 24 volts. And we capture that into information such as ones and zeros. So yun yung napag-aralan natin before, and this is where we demarcate between the electrical and the electronics. Now, the second core information is the data transmission system, which is basically the private network that surrounds the railway that is more specific for signaling as well as communication system. So we also implement a system structure like this, where you have a gigabit fiber turbo ring that cascades to your servers and stations and all the way to your end equipment. Now, what are the composition of the data transmission? And these are three basically in terms of the physical layer: the copper, the fiber optics, as well as the radio frequency. So we utilize it from all subsystems and sub-assets. Okay, so those are the two rail core systems for the railways. Now, for the rail communication systems, we have several that electronics are being in charge in relation to conceptualization, design, installation, testing, and commissioning, as well as acceptance. And these are basically the MSN, your multi-service network, your TDS, the time distribution system, the PASPIDS, or the public address system, and the public information display system, the TNECB, telephone, CCTV, DVVR, IAS, BBR, NBR, VBS, and the last one is the OBS. So I'll be discussing individually in terms of the description of what they are, and then the short schematic to be able to understand how they are structured and designed and how they operate. The limitations of this presentation is that I will not be discussing design considerations, safety considerations from SEAL 1 to SEAL 4, and I'll not be discussing standards because that is a big topic to be discussing. However, from the brief description as well as the schematic, we will be able to understand where we stand. To start with, for the MSN, MSN is the multi-service network that is the hierarchical network that interconnects all the locations from the subsystems into different locations. From example is your central controls, your main and backup, control center to station to station, for transporting your IP packets. Now, the basic architecture for rail operation, as you see here, is you have your different sections, from your train to your track side to your backhaul, data center, mobile, and your internet. And this MSN is linked through the data transmission system that I presented a while ago. In terms of data transfer, we are all familiar with the physical layer of the OSI layer, from application, presentation, session, transport, network data link, and physical, because all of the information that we have is encapsulated from one layer to the next, transmitted to your data system, and then decoded by the other side. Now, those who are familiar with the networking, this is how the routers and encapsulations of IP packets are being done, as well as a simple summary or distribution of access control list of your router. So that means, for example, you have your destination X, Y, and Z for the next router ABB. It goes to your IP router, and then it's distributed accordingly to the access control table in your network. Now, moving to the next one is for the time division system, or time distribution system, is basically used to provide an accurate time synchronization for all systems, as well as displaying time information for public knowledge. The basic architecture is as what you saw here. You have your master primary reference clock on top, which is basically two things. It's either a GPS clock satellite information, or a atomic clock. And atomic clocks are very expensive, so that's why we are utilizing most of the time the GPS through the satellite information. And then this is cascaded to your central control offices, which distributes them to your stations, and then to your end equipment that just captures the information and displays it. The next part is your PAS piece, or your public address system and public information display system. The way that you demarcate or understand them is for pass is related to sound, piece is related to the visual information display from the screens. Basic architecture, as you saw here, you have your main controller, your end equipment in terms of zones, you have your different assets like amplifiers, speakers, monitors, even to your controllers. This is similarly to your PIDS display station, which is you have your backbone for the multi-service network in the middle, where all your information passes through. You have your main server rack, your backup, your OCC buildings, your onboard PIDs, as well as your typical station and your station area display. Okay, so that's your pass and piece. Now, the next is the TN or emergency telephone call box, which is a dedicated telephone network infrastructure within the rail system. This is considered as a safety critical, and they are connected through the PSTN through a dedicated link. Because in the railway system, our number one priority, if ever you get a chance to be interviewed for an application, we don't consider asset as a number one priority. We don't consider operation as a number one priority. We consider safety as our number one priority because safety is paramount in terms of a life of a person or a limb because, as I mentioned, if any assets is damaged, it can be replaced. But if a life of a person is taken, you can never get it back. Okay, now for the basic architecture, you will see here your telephone system from your wayside assets or from outside and equipment connected to your LAN or your DTS system all the way to your control center and your servers. Now, for the track side, they are connected through, as I mentioned, LAN. For the onboard system, they are connected wirelessly. Okay. Next is your CCTV, which everyone is very familiar. This is basically the video surveillance and recording of all the facilities and locations in your railway. Basic architecture, again, you have your data core, which is the multi-service network. You have your station with your end equipment, NVRs and VRs, decoders and coders, monitors and workstations. And this is one sample from the internet where you can see multiple types of cameras, outdoor, indoor, dome, what else? Your monitors, and then your gateway router from the internet where you can access it remotely, however, securely. Next is your DVVR, which is basically your digital voice and video recording system. This is basically to provide recording and archiving facilities of all your audio and video resources for archiving and playback purposes, usually for investigation nito. The basic fundamentals that you have to understand is that recording is basically the one that collects information associated to each digital audio video content. Backup is in charge for the media data management and arrangement. Archive is managing the input and output. Playback is literally playing back a dedicated information for your recordings. So ito yung basic architecture niya. Now for the intrusion alarm system, this is designed for the main function of ensuring access control to critical areas. Now, from the looks of it, parang napakasimple ng intrusion alarm system. And in basic architecture, you have to see it from a general perspective wherein you have your local intrusion alarm server distributed and collecting information from your local controller and then your field equipments. Now, field equipments is very important because they are the one that provide sensory information for the intrusion alarm. Now, managing your intrusion alarm is the main objective or task of the maintenance workstation because this is where your profiles are captured in relation to your face, your name, your position, contact numbers, as well as your access cards or control cards. Now, on the next topic is your field equipment, which is basically composed of these multiple assets in a single door or in a single entry point. Iniisip natin before na intrusion alarm is just open and close. But bear in mind that it's not just open and close, it's supposed to be close and lock as well. And one particular thing in relation to intrusion alarm is also the window wherein the sound of a breaking glass is captured by the sensor and then it triggers an alarm whenever it happens. So aside from the door, it's also from the window. Next is your BBR or your broadband radio system, which is in charge for the transmission of all your video images from your trains, ground, all the way to your control center. Ang basic technology that's being utilized here is in relation to a coordinates of 802.11a standard that uses 4.94 to 5 gigahertz frequency and can transmit clear video information even if the train speed is 90 kph. Basic architecture, as what you saw here, is similar to your broadband, which in you have your multiple access points along the track where the train traverses. So it's also performing the handover from one base station or antenna to the next. Then all the data information are being transmitted through the multi-service network accordingly to your WLAN controllers and your workstations. Now, looking in details for the frequency conversion scheme is that sometimes if we are using a simple 2.4 gigahertz, it provides you some interference. So ito yung simple solution in order for you to change your frequency from a simple 2.4 to 4.94 and 5 gigahertz frequency. Next is for the narrowband system. And as compared to your BBR working for the video presentation, video broadcast, narrowband is more specific for your voice communication, and it is commonly known as a TETRA or your terrestrial trunk radio. And in the old days, we call this as your walkie-talkies. And these are dedicated system with a sample frequency of 380 to 390 megahertz for receiving and 390 to 400 megahertz for transmission in different channels. And this is only dedicated for the railways. Now, for the four main parts of this NBR, you have your tetracore NBR access network, tetra terminals, as well as your SDH transmission network. Yung transmission network is similar to our DTS. The typical tetra network that we are familiar with, as you can see here, are your handheld looking from the top, transmitting radio signals to your BS, your base stations, and then all connected to your exchanges and communicated and monitored by the network monitoring system located from your central network management. This one is for typical. Now, for the modern technologies, we are currently utilizing the IP-based network, which is similar. However, instead of exchanges, we are actually communicating through the IP switching and routing networks na. And your servers and workstations are outside. There's no more exchanges. So you have your similar devices. However, for the hand devices, they are IP-based, not the analog type. And it communicates also outside from a third party, from your mobile drivers, as well as with your GPS information. Okay, so that's your NBR. Now, the next part is your video broadcasting system. The big difference between video broadcasting system and your BBR is that broadband system is for the operations of the train system. DBS is utilized more for multimedia contents and for advertisements. So sineseparate natin yon para hindi magkaroon ng issue in between normal operation and then emergency response. Now, for the basic architecture of your video broadcasting is you always have your train system server, you have your station servers, and then you have your control centers. Now, the different station servers, including your central control servers, are composed of different uh, classifications and purposes of server to broadcast the information. You have your main station server, your passive stream server, and this is being transmitted to your video display board or passive display board through an array system. Okay, now the next part is your onboard system. And this is the integrated system of all the communication system that was discussed previously and compressed inside the rolling stock or inside the train. From a basic architecture in general, as you saw, you have your NBR, BBR, pass-piece, ECB, your emergency call box, your BBR, and then your CCTV as well as your VBS. Your DCI is your digital converter for the power, and your OBCU or your onboard control unit is the one that handles all of these transactions and monitoring. Okay, so that is the basic information for the rail communication system for ECEs. Moving to the next part of the topic for the railway is the rail signaling system, which is entirely for our considerations, and four topics are presented and need to be understood. For signaling system, the first one is for control, how you control your train. The second part is yung how you detect the train. And then the third is for the automatic train control system on the basic understanding and key information on how it is being broken down, as well as the new technology for the autonomous train control. So, to start with, for the train controls, based from the history back in 1700s, 1800s, the first way we control the trains is on-site. So meron tayong driver na nagko-control manually, and he is the ultimate responsible for the safety of the movements of the speed of the train, including the frequency and then yung braking. After that, it evolved into a time interval system wherein a train is not allowed to enter a specific section in given a period of time. Now, to further improve that in terms of safety, they developed this absolute block working from the part of the mechanicals. They are wherein areas are divided into lines called block sections. Then considering there's only one train is allowed to occupy per block section at a time. And then signalers confirm that the train is clear of one section in order for the next train to be able to enter. Further development is the introduction of electrical components, which is what we call the signal aspects, or yung common sa kalsada, yung line signals. This is basically the nadi-divide pa rin yung sections into different block, but there is a requirement for a train detection for movement authority through your signals. And based from the history, yung traffic signal from the roads that we are very familiar is actually adopted from the railway system, and you saw the basic concept of green, which is go, yellow is for warning, and then red is for stop. Ito siya yung example signal aspects. So you have your block and you have your spaces in between, and then before you have your occupied block. The next part is for the communication-based train system, which is the consideration of a train-borne equipment inside the vehicle, communicating to a fixed equipment on the line side or sa track side through a radio or inductive loops in the track. Usually, this is a moving block with automatic train operation and automatic train protection facilities. Further development is the moving block, which relies in continual communication between the central signaling system and onboard system. As you can see from here, the big difference in terms of the fixed block and moving block accordingly to the footprint of the train. From the fixed block, you see the occupancy of the train is limited to the train envelope. Ang difference niya is, as you can see from the blue arrow, there is a small gap in between. And then from the next train, you have your occupancy. For the moving block, the footprint actually moves along with the train icon with a yellow indication of your virtual occupancy for safety. So yun yung big difference between fixed block and moving block. Now, further enhancing that technology is the standardization of a European train control system, which comes from the European Traffic Management System. The ETCS is composed of several levels in order for compliance based on the technology and requirement of a specific country. Bear in mind for level 1 ETCS is for the line side signaling. Level 2 is the addition of a GSMR, which is basically your global system mobility mobile specific for R, which is railway, communicating to a radio block center. And then level 3 includes train detection using integrity system and uses radio to pass movement authority to the train. For better understanding, here is a video that will be able to show you how it works.
The European Rail Traffic Management System, ERTMS, is currently the world's most advanced in-cab signalling technology. It replaces existing analog communication systems and line-side signals with wireless technology and an in-cab computer to operate trains more affordably, safely and efficiently. Instructions, including line speed, are sent wirelessly from a signalling center to a computer on board an ERTMS-equipped train. The onboard computer will process the information to tailor the speed limit and the braking distance according to the profile of each train. Each train's computer will pinpoint its exact location through an electronic beacon, also known as a balise, installed on the railway track. Information is transmitted back to the control center at regular intervals to confirm the train is traveling according to plan. If required, the built-in train protection system will take control and automatically prevent the train from traveling too fast or getting too close to another train. ERTMS improves safety. It provides a fail-safe system to guard against the potential risk of human error. ERTMS brings savings to the railway. The costs of installing and maintaining the railway will be lower, as line-side signals will not be needed. ERTMS can assist in boosting capacity. The railway can potentially run more trains as the system provides greater flexibility to tailor train movement. It improves performance. ERTMS replaces life-expired railway infrastructure dating back beyond the 60s, significantly improving the infrastructure's capability. ERTMS is the most advanced train control system in the world and is increasingly being adopted by world-class railways globally. It was successfully brought into operation in March 2011 on the Cambrian lines between Shrewsbury and Aberystwyth and from Machynlleth to Pwllheli. Network Rail and its industry partners have a long-term plan for Britain's railway. ERTMS is a major feature, and by the early 2020s, several major main lines connecting some of our biggest towns and cities will benefit from this unique, cutting-edge technology.
Okay, so you were able to see the ERTMS. Just a short note, ERTMS is called traffic management because it also includes protection from the road. So meron tayong mga gates and communicating in relation to safety operation for the train movement. ETCS is the train control specific for the onboard system of the train. Okay, then proceeding to the next. The next topic is the train detection system. So, paano ba natin na-detect yung train system in the railway? So, the first part, which is the basic technology previously, is the simple track circuit. So, from here, you will be able to see your traffic signal on the left. You have your relay in the middle, powered by a signal lighting supply of 110 volt. At the other end of the track section, you have your track circuit current supply, which is basically 5 to 10 volt AC, and is continuously connecting from your track circuit all the way to your relay. So that means your signal lighting supply is connected to your green light. When a train arrives on the specific track, the train disrupts the track circuit of your 5 to 10 volt AC, which in turn drops the relay of the signal lighting supply and then connects it to the red light. So that's how simple the description for the track circuit happens. Next is for the jointless track circuit, and this is in relation to frequencies sa sound. So meron tayong track circuit for power supply kanina, and this time it's actually the frequency in terms of 200, for example, 2 kilohertz from one section. Kapag pumasok siya sa kabilang section, you have your 2600 hertz, so forth and so on. Okay, and then the layout is on your lower right. Now, the next part, which is commonly used for high speed as well as for your metro, that is incorporating multiple sub functionalities, are your axle counters. Axle counters literally counts the number of axles of the trains or yung sa gulong niya as they pass the detector. An evaluator makes the section occupied or clear according to that count. Now, based on this occupied and non-occupied, there are several functionalities that is also being applied for na nagra-run. And to better explain that, I was able to extract this video presentation. Hope you enjoy. So that's your first detection. Which signals train occupancy. And then yung each sections niya, may kanya-kanya modules dun sa control center. So yung axle counters, as you saw, is able to detect your train. However, it's also being used to trigger the functionality of other systems that uses monitoring and health checking for your vehicles. So hopefully it's clear in relation to axle counters. Now the other parts are small minimum, like your treadles, that is a mechanical or inductive device responsible for a particular spot. Your truck circuit interrupter is just to ensure that when a train overshoot, it is being informed that it is already beyond the place where it should go, as well as the new technologies for GPS, odometry, and accelerometers. Okay, so that is your detection. Now, the next part is for your automatic train control system, and this is broken down into three major subsystem, which is your ATP, ATO, as well as your ATS. Now, for a short description, ATP is related to your safe operation, ATO is for your optimized operation, ATS is for your supervision operation. Now, for the ATP in safe operation, this is more particular for the speed and location ng train. Yung optimization naman is for table and routing, making sure that the train arrives on time and you're able to see when the train will arrive. Yung supervision, on the other hand, is more for the central control operation, wherein they supervise how the train moves as well as the other subsystem connected to your railway for their proper operation as well as health monitoring. Now, the next part is the technology for the autonomous train control systems. And as compared to your automatic train control system, autonomous make sure that we improve the automatic train operation and they are independent, as the word autonomous mentions. The main objective of this autonomous train control system is to ensure the closest possible safety interval between two trains to provide a bigger or wider passenger capability of transfer. It also directs resource reservation, resulting to significant reduction in wasted equipment, as well as the introduction of a virtually coupled train to ensure optimum safety with maximum passenger count. The big difference is that for the automatic train operation, you have your control center. Your autonomous train control system is within the train itself. Now, to better explain this, for the closed concept, here is a video presentation from the Korean research study. And although it's a bit lengthy, it will describe to you all of the information I discussed from the train control and train detection system. It will give you a quick understanding on how the signaling system evolved from mechanical, electrical, all the way to the autonomous concept. Okay, so that's your presentation from the Korean Railway. And kung nakita niyo yung video presentation, if you focus on the color coding of red and green, you will notice that the green indications are getting smaller and smaller, and the distance are also decreasing. However, it's being done safely. Now, the autonomous is composed of multiple systems and technologies, especially incorporating the new emerging technologies from AI, uh, big data analytics, 5G, and other telecommunication technologies, making sure that there is a rigorous and extensive testing and commissioning, making sure that it is very safe to work with, because as you saw from the autonomous, there's no control from the control center. There's very limited supervision as well, and they they are very autonomous in moving and making decisions by themselves. And as I mentioned a while ago, for the safety presentation, safety approval, there are certain levels from SEAL 1 to SEAL 4. And in a nutshell, the rigorous testing I mentioned is, for example, yung SEAL 4, we test the system in such a way that we do a 2 million cycle with a zero failure. So, ganun ka-extensive yung technology testing, making sure that it's very safe. Now, aside from the rail signaling system, here are the other systems integrated with rail. Your PSD, your FPS, your TVS, your ECS, AFC, as well as your RSK or your rolling stock. Now, bear in mind, I mentioned here integrated because most of the part here are not our scope, but they are integrated with our system. And we are only getting the information from the PLC information or some other technologies or protocol for the monitoring and control. And if you can recall, there are 4 information for the IO matrices that is essential, your DIDO, AI, and AO. Now to start with is for the PSD, which is the platform screen doors. And these are the one that provide safety and controls as a physical barrier between passenger and your platform and track. Looking from a general perspective, and for those working or here in the Dubai Metro or Qatar Metro, these are the different components sa platform ng station door. Parang simple lang siya, but once you're there to install it, you'll be able to classify your sliding doors, your fixed panel, emergency egress door, panel display, upper structure, driver mechanism as well as your access end door. Now, this is another type of a platform screen door, not from the rooftop, but halfway. You have your indication light. There are still some driving mechanisms, sliding doors, emergency doors, and your fixed panel. Now, the driving mechanism is an electromechanical component that is in charge for opening and closing your doors and ensuring it is a close and lock indication. So from this driving mechanism, you also have your embedded PLC that gives you the information as well as accepting the information from the controller. Next part is for the FPS or your fire protection system, and in the Philippines, it's commonly known as FDAS, fire detection system. We said fire protection and protection and detection because it is composed of different components that detects it and making sure that if there is a fire, the assets and the people surrounding the fire is isolated and they are protected in terms of trigger from your detector, your emergency glass manually, or your heat through the control panel, and providing information outside through the flasher, and then door releases, alarms, and then your water sprinkler integration. Hindi lang nasama dito yung shutter door or yung fire blanket protections. So ito naman yung different components from end equipment to your control panels. Now, the next part is your TVS or your tunnel ventilation system, which literally is involved in your ventilation and lighting inside the tunnel. Taking a closer look, you'll have your control room, your exhaust, fan fresh air, exhaust duct, fresh air duct. And these are the assets and equipments that we are monitoring. Your fans, emergency lights, signages, dampers, as well as your PLCs. So, okay, mamaya ko na explain yung different functionalities. Next is your environment control system, which has the main function to make sure that the station has an ambient and natural feel, in particular for the humidity, the temperature, the air conditioning, including the lighting, hindi lang nasama yung lighting dito. So, bear in mind yung sinabi ko kanina about I/O matrices in relation to the data information that is necessary for all of those information that is being transmitted, making sure that they work properly. Okay. Next is your automatic fare collection. This is your ticketing system, which allows you to enter and pay for your ride for the public transport network. So meron kayong gates, meron kayong ticket vending machine, you have your controllers or ticket machines, as well as your local servers and your station control servers. Next is the rolling stock, and by definition, any vehicle that moves on a railway is considered as a rolling stock. From the electronics perspective, we have to remember the TCMS description, which is defined as the train control and management system, and this is the brain of the train. Why did we say it's the brain of the train? Because it captures all of your information in terms of level alarms. You have your level 1, 2, and 3 alarms, and then you have your spare being transmitted by your OBCU every 500 milliseconds, correspondingly outside in different alarm tables. So ito yung nagbibigay ng information sa atin kung healthy ba yung train or not. Now, how is the data being transferred inside the train? And it's being done here by the what we call the train line or the vehicle data transmission details. And looking closer, this is composed of different technologies such as Ethernet, CAN bus, multifunction vehicle bus, and serial bus system. Okay, now what are the informations that is being captured by this train line? These are the different subsystems that is not ECE scope, but we are getting information from them in relation to IO information. Now, the first one is your electrical system, which is composed of your battery charger, rectifiers, transformers, motors, circuit breakers, and switchboards. So ito yung sample component niya ng isolation transformer. The next one is for the pneumatic system. This is the one in charge for the air control packages, yung valves, and yung air spring. Ito yung sample types of products in the industry. Oops, sorry. And this is one sample functionality of the pneumatic system. Okay, so that's a quick presentation of how the air control packages work for the sole purpose of it. And you'll be able to see already what information ECEs capture from that specific system. Now, the next part is the vehicle door system, and this is a sample of the testing and commissioning. Okay, so that's one sample of the vehicle door system, and you're able to see where we already fit in. Siguro every ECE here is very familiar with that circuit board nung college, which is very applicable pa rin pagdating sa actual work. Okay, the next part is your HVAC, or your heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, just to supply proper cooling and then air sa loob. So this is your components from the mechanical part, the basic layout on how the pipes are installed inside the frame, and this is how your airflow happens inside. Ini-study din. So from the HVAC component, there are several sensors that we can input there that we can monitor. For example, yung carbon monoxide, and then yung temperature sensors. Okay, next is your propulsion and braking system, which has a sample of your tachometer and manual controller, and tracks your mileage on gaano nakahaba yung tinatrack ng train system. So you have your mechanical components for the traction motors, as well as your different mechanical components from bearings to gear wheels, armature drive shaft, as well as your different control units. So again, you will hear the word control unit kasi meron tayong monitor and meron tayong kinokontrol. Now, the last part is for the bogies, which is basically the guidance structure, suspension, and drive system. Sorry, hindi pa pala last. Ito yung bogies, which is where your axles and wheels are. Here's one example from presentation. So ito yung different bogies from different types of rolling stock or train system. Okay, so The reason why I presented the different bogies is to make sure that everyone is aware na ang train system is composed of different bogies which defines its different purposes. And as you saw, meron tayong tram, regional train, metro, high-speed light rail locomotive. So yun yung difference niya through the bogies. And these are not easy scope, but they are under the mechanical. However, from the looks of it, you will be able to see the different components and substructures where ECE fits in again. Okay, now the last part is for the other system is yung coupler or the system that connects the different cars or yung tinatawag nating bagon.
In 1997, Dellner introduced a completely new type of front hatch mechanisms, enabling the driver to automatically maneuver the aerodynamic front, which opens for the coupling operation. To meet the needs of various train builders, we deliver single as well as multiple hatch versions. Both designs allow construction with retractable as well as non-retractable couplers. Mostly used on high-speed trains, a unique quality of the Dellner hatch system is that it weighs nearly 50% less than previous designs, yet meeting the same international safety requirements and technical specifications. For decades, Dellner has led innovation in mechanical, electrical, and pneumatic coupler systems for rail vehicles. Today, we have the world's most comprehensive range, with 450 separate options for automatic and semi-permanent couplers all in all. Our couplers offer compatibility with nearly every rail vehicle in operation, including DMUs, EMUs, commuters, high-speed trains, LRVs, PMs, as well as metro and local haul passenger and goods. The D-Rex system enables applications such as continuous real-time video surveillance, streaming high-definition media services for infotainment, and advanced communication links for improved rail safety. The system guarantees the same capacity throughout the train, and the highly intelligent communication equipment makes connection and disconnection of cars fast, efficient, and without manual handling, enhancing safety and reducing operating costs. The unique design runs together with all existing automatic coupling systems on the market using a standard physical interface to connect the cars, which minimizes costs in, for example, modernization projects. With D-Rex, upgrading existing rolling stock to Ethernet trains is straightforward and cost-effective. Dellner's genuine expertise in applications between rail cars.
Okay, so as you saw, that's a coupler and it's composed of multiple components such as a mechanical, pneumatic, and electrical, where the Ethernet connections are monitored, and you were able to see how the data transfer happens from one link of the train line to the next one when they are coupled. Okay? So next part for that is the next topic, which is basically the emerging technologies in railways. And from the new industry, these are the following: your 5G, your AR, VR, your big data, your drones, your AI, as well as hydrogen. Now, in respect to my colleagues and friend working in the telecommunication industry, the emerging technologies makes the system intelligent and improves the safety and reliability of the system and making sure that every passenger ride is very comfortable. Now, to start with 5G is that there are several use cases being used for the 5G connected to railways, and it's basically connectivity. The first is connectivity of the devices. And as you saw here, this is the remote condition monitoring of the thousands of sensors that will underpin a data-enabled railway. Next is your connectivity in operations, from in-cab to driver to trackside to station, as well as your operation. The next part is for the connectivity of the passengers in relation to information. And then the last part is your intervention, which is the autonomous activity for safely accessing the infrastructure. Now, here is one sample of the first 5G successful proof of concept testing that they use for the signaling system. Now, I would like to apologize for the language being used, but wala akong nahanap na merong subtitle. So, Please just have a look at it.
Wir sind hier in Schletter am Bahnhof und wir errichten heute einen mobilen Gittermast. Der trägt eine 5G-Zelle, die wir hier in dem Gelände benötigen. Für den Kunden heißt das, dass er nicht nur in Ballungsräumen in die Lage versetzt wird, 5G zu testen, die Vorzüge von 5G zu probieren, sondern wir gehen ganz gezielt in völlig unterschiedliche Lebenssituationen.
Also das ist ein sogenannter MGT, mobiler Gitterturm. Der wird letzten Endes eine Höhe von 35 Metern erreichen.
Wir haben hier diesen 5G-Mast hingebaut als einer der ersten in Deutschland überhaupt an die Strecke der Erzgebirgsbahn, damit der SRCC und seine Partner hier forschen können. Denn mit diesem Mast ermöglichen wir hier die Fernsteuerung eines Zuges. Das heißt, wir haben einen Operator, der nicht mehr im Zug sitzt, sondern an der Strecke und von dort Videobilder vom Zug empfängt und darauf basierend den Zug wirklich fernsteuern kann.
Wir haben hier eine Downloadrate von über 380 Megabit von unserer 5G-Station und einen Uplink von über 60 Megabit. Das ist perfekt optimiert. Das ist aus Netzwerksicht ist das hervorragend für die Konfiguration, die wir hier haben.
Das war ja weltweit wirklich das erste Mal, dass ein Zug über 5G ferngesteuert worden ist.
Ich glaube, das ist wirklich eine Leistung, die hier das ganze Team mit vereinten Kräften geschafft hat, sowohl diesen Mast in kürzester Zeit aufzubauen, als auch dann eben die Integration hinzubekommen, dass wirklich jetzt Zug und Zugsteuerung in der Fernsteuerung miteinander kommunizieren. Ich glaube, das haben wir hier mit vereinten Kräften wirklich in kürzester Zeit realisiert.
Okay, so hopefully for the video presentation, you were able to read between the lines on how they discuss the installation, the infrastructure, the connectivity of the system, the integration, as well as the latency in terms of bandwidth for the megabits, communication from the onboard system to the signaling. And at the end of the day, when the train runs using the 5G technology, it's driverless. Next is your augmented and virtual reality. And the main purpose for this is for the system to provide a modernized training and maintenance platform to be able to ensure a more efficient and practical and safer way for the operator. So here is one example of what it is currently being used for.
Nell'ambito del tema Industry 4.0, nel 2016 Alstom sceglie Joinpad come partner tecnologico per la sua esperienza decennale nel settore della realtà aumentata in ambito industriale. Il processo preso in esame è quello dell'assistenza remota che mette in comunicazione un operatore esperto con gli operatori sul campo.
Smart Assistance è un prodotto Joinpad, progettato per semplificare la comunicazione tra un operatore remoto e un operatore sul campo. Utilizzando la realtà aumentata è possibile in tempo reale condividere oggetti virtuali sul campo visivo degli utenti. Smart Assistance è un prodotto cross-platform, è disponibile per smart glasses, tablet e web.
Dai test effettuati sul campo abbiamo avuto dei riscontri molto positivi. Questo ci ha convinto a passare in produzione. Inoltre abbiamo integrato il sistema con altre funzionalità tipiche dell'Industria 4.0 come Big Data e l'intelligenza artificiale.
Questo rappresenterà la naturale evoluzione della piattaforma industriale.
Okay, so that is how we use the augmented and virtual reality in railway system to making sure that we are providing a sustainable means of transportation for operation and maintenance. The next one is for the big data in railway, and this is making sure that the Internet of Things and cloud computing are incorporated with the physical and cyber information inside the rail. Now, the big objective of the data is to make sure that we are enabling a predictive algorithm from an heterogeneous data source, scalable into different data structure, monitoring it in real time for it to be presented in a visualization technique. Now, here is one brief description of how big data in rail is being done by one of the companies.
Here at Digital Rail, we're an advanced technology business that specializes in system safety management using modern approaches involving innovative safety analysis, big data analytics, and machine learning. Big data is not just hype, it's a given now, and we are here to help clients grapple with the opportunities it presents. We're developing a big data analytics product called L-Bolt-I, a risk tool based upon the well-known bolt-I model. Working closely with NTTX, our technology partner, we've recently produced 2 papers for international peer review conferences on the use of L-Bolt-I and the value of big data in railways, and have developed an L-Bolt-I demonstrator which can be reviewed at lbolti.com. Digital disruption is seen as a potential problem in certain quarters and could be a threat to the current status quo in rail. We see it as a big opportunity. The digitization enables massive opportunities, including a resilience-based data-driven approach to ensuring system integrity and safety, which is driven by real data and not false assumptions. The Digital Railway Initiative, including ERTMS, will provide a backbone for this digitization. To close the loop, digitization offers powerful simulation and modeling opportunities to make sure systems are resilient and resistant to variability before they are put into service. We call this the virtuous circle of railway digitization.
Okay, so that's a quick concept of big data in railway system. Now moving to the next topic is the utilization of drones as new rail workers for the railway. So the first one is the drones to be used as a station worker, used for inspection system of tight closed areas where people cannot fit in or access. The next one is for track maintenance, wherein it is being used to monitor the railway tracks. So instead of a person walking the entire track, you just use the drones. Next one is as train drivers. So as train drivers, in a sense that they serve as the eye of an autonomous train. So that means they are ahead of the autonomous train, making sure that they're able to see the path in addition to the autonomous movement of the train operation. So this is one example. Then railways as guards or security guards, which basically monitors the entire railway track from point A to point B instead of a person moving from walking the entire path, making sure that we have a bigger or a wider bird's eye view. And here is one example of that railway guards being utilized for the logistics. Okay, so what you saw was an actual video coverage of a drone from an aerial perspective doing the guarding of the railways and tracks. Now moving to the next topic is for the artificial intelligence. This is the simulation of human intelligence in the machines designed to address a big deluge of data from zettabytes and using a massive processing power. So all of the information that we gather we capture that information and use a neural network or machine learning to create algorithms and source codes that will be able to be used for our own purposes or depending on the track and operation maintenance purposes. So this is a basic architecture of the information for the AI and then machine learning. So we use that for the speech, for the planning, expert vision, even robotics, and the language processing. Now here's
I've always
one
wanted to
sample
work
as
in
well.
areas that I'm really interested in, and leaving an environment that our children will want to live in is really important. Public transport is absolutely a game changer, and it will be the way of the future. I'm an engineer with Downer Rail. When I'm on the train, I feel proud that I work supporting the reliability of trains.
There's 340 billion journeys made every year. We look after the Waratah fleet within Sydney to make sure that the trains are operating effectively, safely. It's an extremely busy suburban rail network. So it's a huge responsibility that we have. We're providing services to our customers' customers to make sure that passengers can get on a train every day safely, reliably. The trains are always there, they're always clean, and the customers enjoy that journey to work. We're getting 30,000 signals from each train every 10 minutes. So essentially, these are trains with brains. And so turning that data into an insight, those insights, that's really the gold dust. We've built a platform with Microsoft called Train DNA. It's almost like having a blood pressure reading to tell us about the health of the train.
Train DNA is going to turn that information that we're collecting into something that we can use to improve reliability of trains.
We're using Microsoft AI to be more intelligent about how we maintain and how we detect faults. We can anticipate when our trains are going to fail in the future. We can anticipate how much maintenance we're going to do and how much downtime is needed for that maintenance.
We're trying to do that via different varieties of mediums in terms of tablet computers, phones, HoloLens, which helps overlay work instructions onto their normal environment. The potential of the Train DNA platform is immense, but it could be from any particular asset. So it could be a bus, a ferry, could even be a road surface. So being a science fiction geek, that's the thing that excites me, because all those things that we thought were years away, we're now actually doing. And it's an incredible place to be. We've got some exciting young people, some smart people that are really driving this change in an industry which has been quite conservative. And I think that's the thing that really excites me and keeps me going.
Okay, so yun yung isang concept for AI. And if you're asking, and for those people for those members of ASEP UAE that attended the Python training programming, if you're wondering saan ko i-apply yung Python na natutunan ko, saan ko gagamitin to, this is actually part of the artificial intelligence system integrated to the railway. So you'll be able to utilize your knowledge for those source code and then algorithm creations through the railway. Okay. Next one, and the last, I believe, is the hydrogen fuel cell. And this is the one wherein we use hydrogen as a fuel instead of electricity or diesel. And Alstom already created the first hydrogen fuel cell that emits only steam and water as an byproduct. This is they called Coradia Island. This is a emission-free regional train that offers alternative to diesel trains for operation on non-electrified railway lines. And here's one video presentation to show that's being utilized now. And you'll be able to hear also where we fit in. Okay, so that's one technology for the hydrogen, and hopefully you were able to capture where we fit in dun sa presentation. And looking from a general perspective, here is one integrated unit or presentations from a news broadcasting company here in the UAE on how the Dubai Metro operates as a single entity with multiple subsystems.
المحطة القادمة هي المطار مبنى رقم 3. The next station is Airport Terminal 3. Interchange station between Dubai Metro Red and Green lines.
This is the control center. Do you have any emergency? Do you have any emergency?
What we have noticed running a driverless train, it has a better punctuality and adherence to timetable management because we are removing a lot of human factor error from the system. So comparing our system to others, because we run a nearly 2.5 minutes headway, there is no system in the world that is capable of running that aggressive headway with a driver. Those train controllers available in the OCC, they are the people who are, let's say, they are the first responders to anything that happens on the ground. They respond to information being requested from people on board. You see the emergency button, for example, on board the train. You see the information button on board the train. And through the stations, if there is any delay, if there is any fault that is appearing on the train itself, they monitor randomly the CCTV available on the train. If we are running in any emergency, like for example a security threat or an injury on board for some reason or another, a train controller can immediately suspend the entire service by pressing the red button. What you can see from the large screen, you can see the train movement, for example the train number 4646, and once it stops in Jabal Ali station, the black dot is the metro door opening, or the metro door opening, and the one above is the platform screen door opening or closing. And then you see the station name, and then you see the countdown timer. You see, or you measure through this countdown timer, you measure if the train is on time or is it delayed, for the system to do its own calculation in case there is a delay, to adjust the speed of the metro or to inform the other metros ahead or behind to adjust their speed to reform or re-catch up with the headway. We set the timetable, what is the required headway of the system, what time the train should depart a particular station, and at what time should the train arrive into the destination station. Also within the tool itself, we specify the dwell time. The dwell time means from the time the train stops, open the door, and then closes the door again, and then starts the movement.
What happens if a train gets delayed due to technical issues or if the door doesn't shut properly? So how is it communicated?
The first thing, we are alerted immediately. The system alerts the control center if there is any fault or if there is any reason that will cause a delay. Like for example, if there is an obstacle in the metro doors and the metro is not closing, obviously the metro will not move. The train door will try to close automatically for 3 times. If it failed, it will remain open. It will alert the OCC and then the OCC will alert the station staff who will go to the platform and resolve or remove the obstacle that is stopping the metro door from closing. When a train is timing out or is not able to move automatically by the system, the first thing to be done is we send out a train controller or a train attendant who is qualified to drive the train to enter the train. And the first thing to be done is for those people who are inside the train to disembark. We call it detrain the metro. And then we move it manually. And we have dedicated pocket tracks along the railway where we store those trains so it does not affect the overall movement. We have a dedicated bus route to service that particular station when it goes out of service for any reason. And this service is completely for free.
Your attention please. The train to UAE Exchange will arrive at UAE Exchange. Doors closing.
Wala pa po. Wala pa nagpo-post sa
So
YouTube.
that's how it is done for the one integrated unit considering all the system in the railway. Now that's how the rail system and emerging technologies are for the railway and what's in it. And here are the credits and sources where all of this information that I showed you for the videos, schematics, where you can find them. So you have your DTR as well as the different companies and institutions. Okay, so that ends my presentation. I hope you were able to see and understand the rail system plus emerging technologies for the ECE profession. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Jun Lloyd, for a very good presentation. Indeed, it's also pleasing to our eyes because of the moving presentations. And as we all know, it is something that will really help us in, let's say, absorbing it more. Okay. We have a few questions right now in our chat box, and I want to levy to you for further explanation. First, we have a question coming from Engineer Leaf Marvin Valeros. On the catenary and current collector matter, considering flood situations, does catenary have the advantage over the other with regards to the continuity of operation?
That's actually correct in relation to the flood. And I believe you were able to saw the news of what happened in China na nagkaroon sila ng heaviest rain downfall for the past 1,000 years. And what is being shown in different social media, wherein the passenger inside the train are already this deep for the water. And in terms of safety, railway, as I mentioned, ang number one priority is safety. And either way, you have to bear in mind that the power system for the rail, in relation to either catenary or third rail, will also be impacted by the different assets that is currently running on the system. Hindi lang advisable ang catenary dun sa tunnel, and mas applicable kasi yung third rail for safety purposes. And in terms of operation, depende kasi yun sa design and safety precautions. And whenever there's a flood, there's already a trigger, and there is a short circuit system that is happening in either catenary or the third rail to making sure that safe yung passenger. So magkakaroon ka ng short circuit, matitrip mo yung feeder breakers, and then mag-stop yung service. But in terms of continuity of passenger service, yes, it's true. Yung catenary siya. Pero mas applicable lang talaga ang third rail sa metro and tunnels.
Yes, so it is confirmed that indeed catenary is the best option for that. Okay, now I also have a question, Engineer John Lloyd. I understand that the industry right now is already working and preparing for the effects or the further effects of climate change in terms of the network of the railway system. I wanted to know, what do you think is the biggest development in terms of adapting to this emerging challenge in terms of the network systems?
Okay, thank you. Yung in relation to the climate change implications, as what may presented previously from other topics, is the sustainability and making sure that railway transportation abides by the UN sustainability conduct. And one particular part of this is the reduction of the CO2 emission. So how do we do that? The first part is making sure that we implement the green hydrogen program in relation to what I showed you a while ago, yung hydrogen fuel cell.
Yes.
But bear in mind that hydrogen fuel is generated into multiple components. So meron tayong tinatawag na green hydrogen, I think the other one is blue hydrogen, and then gray hydrogen. The reason why I said green hydrogen is we usually generate hydrogen fuel cell through electrolysis, and when we separate hydrogen from oxygen in the H2O process. And the reason why it's called green hydrogen is because the power utilized to separate the hydrogen from the oxygen is a renewable resources such as solar power. On the other hand, there is your gray hydrogen. I believe in relation to splitting the atoms is with the use of diesel. So yung mga fossil fuel pa rin. So that's why it's not that healthy. And then yung blue naman is more on splitting through the methane. So that's why for the rail transportation system is we do adopt the green hydrogen technology. And in addition to operation and maintenance, we utilize the AR and VR implications. So from the common operation and maintenance, when we do work order tracking, we usually print a lot of papers, documentations in references. But with the utilization of AR, VR, and artificial intelligence, as you saw, we have these smart glasses and we do the virtual reality. So as you saw a while ago, makikita mo sa screen when you have your smart glasses or your pad, you tap it into your screen, it will analyze what you are looking for from the screen and it will tell you different components as well as an options for drill down menu on different information. You po.
Thank you so much, Engineer Junloy. Also, we have a question coming from Engineer TJ. What is the special control added to a bullet train, except for the speed requirement for sure? What are the other privileges?
Speed control in relation to
bullet
the high
trains.
speed sa bullet train.
Yes.
Usually we are adapting that ERTMS level 3, sorry. Kasi for the bullet train, it's basically making sure that you are detecting the train at a very high speed. And yung axle counters natin, bear in mind that the data transmission in the basic knowledge that we have is in the speed of light. So whenever there's a detection, it's being transmitted as a basis of the speed of light. And that is why we're able to capture those train detection and control system.
All right, Engineer Junlight. Moreover, I wanted to ask, with regards to I understand that before you install and set up the full network of a railway system, a lot of testings are done. In the current setup of or the current projects that you're dealing with, what is the biggest problem or the usual problem a railway system is facing?
Okay, so whatever answer I gave is from my personal opinion. It doesn't reflect my company or contractor. So in my experience and just to share with everyone, sa railway system kasi, it's not just a matter of installation and commissioning. So from the full life cycle of a project in a railway, it starts with a conceptualization. So if anyone is familiar with the V life cycle, you have your conceptualization, your design, your partition, system requirements, manufacturing, site installation, commissioning, operation maintenance, system demonstration, all the way to obsolescence. Now, the big blockage or blocking point for this information are basically, the first is yung legal implications sa isang country kung saan i-apply yung technology. So in the rail standard, we have to make sure that we differentiate what a legal basis is as compared to what a standard is. So when we implement a certain design for a railway, we make sure that we do abide with the legal implications dun sa country na yon. So kung meron ba silang fina-follow na restrictions, kung ano yung mga funding nila. So yun yung first hurdle. The second part is yung standard is basically an international practice that is not mandatory to be abided with, but it is mandatory for safety certification purposes. So aside from the legal matters, the biggest hurdle we also encountered are the financing, because railway projects are not a simple project that involves you multi-million. Most of the time, it's multi-billion dollars. And it's not a single entity na hindi mo pwedeng i-supply from a cash perspective. So there are multiple mitigation plans where it is being adapted, such as the PPP program na ginagawa ng mga governments. The only restriction for those, the PPP is another part. The second part is for yung support funding. Nakalimutan ko yung term, but the big restriction there is, ang napansin ko lang doon sa funding na supported ng ibang institution or even countries, is that the contractual clauses are in favor of the one giving the money instead of the person utilizing that purpose for services, which in my personal opinion should be controlled by the person utilizing the system itself. For example, the Philippine government, kasi at the end of the day, it is not the lender who utilizes the system itself, and they are not the one running the operation. It's actually the government, because at the end of the day, once it's paid for, it will be a government entity property. So
Thank you, sir. And I totally agree that indeed government mandates and financing is a big challenge in terms of these big projects.
Agree.
I understand that everybody already dropped their questions, and I just want to please remind our participants that we have an evaluation sheet. A link will be shared to you in our chat box. So please have a look and answer. All right, indeed, Engineer June Lloyd, you have provided us a very informative session. We would like to award you our Certificate of Appreciation. Let me read you the text. Certificate of Appreciation. The certificate is proudly presented to Engineer June Lloyd Gopela, PECE, APEC, ACPE, ASEAN Engineer, our resource speaker, Railway Systems Engineering and Management Overview, for his valuable contribution given this 23rd day of July 2021 in United Arab Emirates, signed by our Governor and Chairman of the Board, Dr. Renan M. Gotis, PhD, PECE. Thanks a lot, Engineer June Lloyd, for this wonderful session.
Thank you po, and it's always a pleasure.
Maraming salamat po. All right, at this juncture, we'll be having a short break as we will introduce you to a new guest speaker that will help us to broaden our soft skills, that will eventually help us in our professional dealings. And for sure, this is another exciting topic, so please settle for now, and we'll get back to you in a few minutes. Thanks. May I please request the technical team if you can provide us like vibrant music in the background just to uplift everybody while waiting for our next topic.
It's a combination of impressive, of fun, something really out of this world.
It's amazing.
I love that.
I highly recommend it. Dubai is definitely the place to be, starting October through to March.
It's a combination of impressive, of fun, something really out of this world.
It's amazing.
I love that.
I highly recommend it. Dubai is definitely the place to be, starting October through to March.
It's a combination of impressive, of fun, something really out of this world.
It's amazing.
I love that.
I highly recommend it. Dubai is definitely the place to be, starting October through to March.
Come to the greatest global gathering in history, with countries from all over the world. Discover the world's most inventive ideas. See devices that extract water from air, concrete that generates solar power, and the most sensitive radio telescope ever made. Marvel at the world's most inspiring architecture. Step into structures that produce electricity, spaces that change shape, and buildings that send messages to space. Connect with local and global experts, partners, and investors. Join business forums. Participate in thought leadership discussions. Be part of solving today's challenges. Experience the world's greatest entertainment with local and international stars, live concerts, and colorful parades. Take in inspirational art, sample exotic cuisines, and witness more than 190 countries and cultures come together in one place. Join the making of a new world. Expo 2020 Dubai. Connect with local and global experts, partners, and investors. Join business forums. Participate in thought leadership discussions. Be part of solving today's challenges. Experience the world's greatest entertainment with local and international stars, live concerts, and colorful parades. Take in inspirational art, sample exotic cuisines, and witness more than 190 countries and cultures come together in one place. Join the making of a new world. Expo 2020 Dubai.
It's a combination of impressive, of fun, something really out of this world.
It's amazing. I love that.
I highly recommend it. Dubai is definitely the place to be, starting October through to March.
combination of impressive, of fun, something really out of this world.
It's amazing. I love that.
I highly recommend it. Dubai is definitely the place to be, starting October through to March.
It's a combination of impressive, of fun, something really out of this world.
It's amazing. I love that.
I highly recommend it. Dubai is definitely the place to be, starting October through to March.
Hello, good afternoon, Professor Sujit.
Good afternoon. Hi.
Yes, okay. Your mic is okay, sir?
Okay, my mic is okay. Yeah, that's fine. As long as the mic is okay and the voice is coming clear, right? That's fine,
Yes,
right?
it's clear.
Great. So then I don't think for the okay, the present I can switch on the video as well. Yeah, you can see me as well, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now it's just sharing the screen. That should not be a problem. That's
Okay,
good
sir.
then. So I will wait until you introduce me and then I'll go ahead.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thanks. When is it expected to start?
Yeah, yeah, we can resume ready. I will just give a cue to the moderator.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Leif.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I am thanking everybody who are still staying with us, and I hope you are excited for the part two of our technical webinar. So, for this part two, we will be tackling some soft skills that is very necessary for us as well professionally. As we know, soft skills are attributes that would enable us to engage in meaningful interactions with others. All right, so at this juncture, I would like Engineer Jeffrey Herrick M. Pexon, our 2021 Treasurer, to introduce our second resource speaker. Sir Jeffrey?
Thank you, Engineer Hannah. Good afternoon to everybody. Am I loud and clear?
Yes, you are, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, by the way, our next speaker is the founder of Optimus Management Consultants, which is a boutique consulting firm here in the UAE and specialized in HR consulting, training, and coaching. He is also a two-time TEDx speaker, an award-winning debate coach, distinguished Toastmaster, and a university professor at UWL Ras Al Khaimah. He is also a disability rights advocate and serves as a trustee on several nonprofit boards on matters of policy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Sujit Sukumaran.
Thank you, everybody. I hope I'm audible and visible.
Yes, sir. You are very clear and we can see you.
Okay, I'm
Just
proceeding to
waiting.
share.
Yes,
Proceeding to share
please.
my screen as well. Here we go. So now you're able to see me, you're able to see the screen, and you're able to hear me as well, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Right. So, good morning, everybody. 3 minutes to afternoon. So, then good afternoon after. Yeah, I'm sorry. Good afternoon, everybody. 3 minutes to 1 o'clock. And I hope your lunch break was pretty okay. I hope you didn't eat too much because we need some energy conserved for the rest of the session today. It's always tough being an after lunch or a before lunch speaker, and I tell you this because if you're before lunch, you're the person who is standing in between the attendees and the lunch, and that's not a pretty place to be in. And if you're the speaker who speaks after the lunch break, you're most probably the one who is standing between them and an afternoon siesta. So that's also a tough situation to be in. So I do not know which of these two situations I am in now, but I have still been called on to present. So I will rely on the ability of mind to keep you awake and the amount of food that you have eaten and how soon it will be converted into glucose for your ability to stay awake. So let's hope that it's interesting enough that I don't have to give you reminders to wake up in between. That's the beauty of Zoom, even if you switch off the video and go to sleep, nobody will really come to know. Until the Q&A, you don't really need to participate. So even if you don't ask questions, that's fine, because in Zoom, nobody will come to know whether you're taking 40 winks or not. So relax, enjoy, and the idea is to take what you can from this presentation, ask me as many questions. I'll keep the PowerPoint as short and crisp as possible, because the main beauty of sessions like these is in the questions that you ask and the answers that I'll probably be able to provide you. Our interactions and our discussions would probably give you more perspective on how to actually get maximum benefit out of sessions like these. So today's session is titled Building a Bulletproof You, Strategies to Stay Relevant and Be Resilient During the Pandemic. All of us know that the last 1.5 years have been pretty trying for all of us. We've heard the two ends of new normal becoming part of our vocabulary. It has been proven that there is no need for an office. You can actually work from wherever you are. The brick and mortar concept is going away. 9 to 5 is seriously endangered. So companies have understood that It's no longer required to work the way they used to before. Of course, this has brought plenty of challenges, work-life balance wise. You need to send reports and mails and everything throughout round the clock. At the same time, what has interestingly happened is that a lot of employees or people who are employed in the workforce have understood that if they are expendable resources, meaning that at the drop of a virus, if the companies could do away with them and say, okay, we are okay with you working from wherever you are, doing whatever you want in the minimum number of hours you can contribute, that has seriously opened up an avenue for employees to think, is it useful for me to be married to only one stream of revenue, only one job, the same skill set for the rest of my life? The first paradigm shift that we saw was at the dawn of the digital era, where the obvious automation as well as cutting down of manual work was hastened by the advance of technology. And therefore, even things got faster. Where you needed 10 people, you probably need only 5 now. And even the work systems, like before, you used to have people staying in jobs for 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 years. My mother, for example, was a banker. She spent around 4 decades in the same bank. Now, imagine each of us, like I couldn't imagine staying in a company for more than 4 or 5 years, because things are changing so rapidly. There are so many opportunities all around you. So, this session is going to be how to go about building a bulletproof you no matter what. It's like, think of yourself as a football player. It's the ability to play football that is making you valuable. It doesn't matter what team you're playing for. It can be Juventus, it can be Inter Milan, it can be Real Madrid, whatever it is. It's your skill and it's your ability and it's your brand value that will keep you resilient and help you in building a bulletproof you during the pandemic or any other disruptive event that might happen. So, on to the first slide. So, when you think about the going about building a resilient yourself, the first thing, the most important thing is, what's your why? Now, one of the simulation exercises I ask my students and people who I coach to get focus and look at things is that when you actually want to do something, what is your raison d'etre or the reason why which you wish to do a particular thing? What you need to do is put it in a simple way. One of the exercises that I asked my students and my mentees to do for this purpose is take a business card, something like probably like this big, and at the back of the business card where there is white space, of course the front of the business card will contain your name and designation and all that. At the back of the business card, in one line which will fit from one end of the business card to another end, try to describe what is it that you do for a living and why do you do it. And if you are able to explain it in one sentence, one line, which fits from left side of the business card to the end right side of the business card, if you're able to simply distill it down to that one sentence, that means you have discovered what makes you enjoy your job or enjoy your function the most. But if you're going on and on, I do so many things and this is what I do, it can't be actually captured in one business card, one side, which is a single line. That means you're probably busying yourself with the functionalities of the role and not really focusing on the utility of the role. When we were taught HR, professors used to always say, if you can explain what you do for a living to your 5-year-old son or daughter, that's when you've understood the essence of your role. If you can simplify complex concepts, that's the essence of genius. So think of it. You might be, of course, all of you are engineers, but inside the engineering heart, there might be a musician, there might be a writer, there might be a creative soul, there might be who knows, a businessman, an entrepreneur, an intrapreneur, someone who actually sits in their office and does a side hustle. So the question is, have you put a price on yourself? Now, all of you must be thinking, yeah, of course, I get paid a salary, that is my price. Fair enough. that is your price for trading off your time. But if you've studied economics, there is a concept called opportunity cost. What all could you do in the same time that you devote, other than what you do from 9 to 5? And is that other thing what you are sacrificing more lucrative for the soul and more fattening for the pocket than what you do currently? I want you to think very deeply about this question, because if some of you are silently nodding to this question, that means it's about time. I'm not asking you like lemmings to jump off the cliff and quit your job and show flamboyance and bravado tomorrow once offices open after Eid, and go and tell your boss, listen, yesterday I had a chance to be part of one of these sessions and I'm so inspired that I want to quit my job from tomorrow. That's not what I'm asking you to do. But what I want you to think about is, there will come a time when something will replace you, either a younger colleague, or automation, or simply office politics, or they don't like your nationality or your face or whatever it is, or simply you may get frustrated mentally, not wanting to do it anymore, or you may be physically unable to do it. What is your fail safe? What is your insurance for that point? Now, everyone says, save for a rainy day and all that. Great, fine. But you still have to be engaged and occupied and employed and gainful in that period. What is it that will keep you getting double or triple or four buckets of income using the same 24 hours? Is there something you can? I'd like you to spend the next 2 to 3 minutes thinking, and you can ask me questions about this in the end when we come to the Q&A. But I'd like you to think about uh, putting a costing mechanism for every skill that you have in your repertoire or your inventory. For example, if Hannah were to write her name, under her name, I want her to write what all are the skills she has, what all she thinks she's good at, and ascribe a dollar value to that. Or if Leif was to actually write down his competencies, or if Jeffrey was to write down his competencies, I'd like you to write down each thing. Like it can even be something as silly as, I'm a good karaoke singer, and that's a very good skill to have if you're looking at networking in a bar. Believe me, it breaks down barriers like no other. So whatever it is, whether the skill is work related, whether it is personal skills, or whether it is something which is your secret superpower talent which only you have, which nobody else knows, write that down and give a dollar value to it. And you never know, it may be one of these skills that you outline as part of your repertoire or inventory, which you put a dollar value to, which might be your true north or the thing that really keeps you going and makes you world famous. A couple of weeks ago, I was looking at a very interesting case study of a villager in a state called Orissa in India. It's a northeastern state, like a bit in the east of India, where the average per capita is quite low. It's a super rural area, and this guy stays in the most rural of rural areas. So he has a hut of his own, and he does basic farming and all that, and he's pretty chilled out. He's a farmer. He doesn't really have education. He's happy in his own world. Recently, he always had a mobile phone, and now we have, because of this mobile data, internet going into villages also. Very recently, somebody told him that, listen, why don't you start chronicling what you do in your village life on a day-to-day basis? So this guy, he actually got a mobile phone, and he started shooting, and he speaks in his own native language, which is a very rural style of the language that they speak in the state of Orissa. And he started shooting videos. What does he do on a daily basis? Like, even like when he brushes his teeth, he probably uses a tree bark. And what does he do? Like, collects dung of the cows, and how he actually repairs his thatch roof house, how he actually digs a well, and all those kind of routine village stuff. Okay. Now, the interesting thing is, this guy started his channel around 2.5 years back on YouTube, just without knowing what YouTube is, without knowing English, without actually even knowing how to upload a video, shoot, or edit a video. In the last 2 years, the guy has raked up more than 1.5 million subscribers on YouTube. And many of these people don't even know where Orissa in India is. they don't understand the language he speaks. It's totally through subtitles, but the visuals are so powerful that people are praising him, that you are so humble and you are showing the simplicity of your life. We are all people who work in the corporate life. We really want to come back to our village and have those nice simple times again. And believe me, this guy has now got endorsements from a lot of brands which are wanting to make their inroads into the rural market, like all these shampoo companies, all the razor blade companies, and all those small time financiers, the cooperative banks and all, which lend to microcredit and all. They're actually catching him as a brand ambassador. This guy, who until 2 years ago didn't even know what YouTube was, or what a mobile phone could do in terms of internet capacity. So what I mean to say is, all of us are so educated, but most of the time we have fear and excuses, and oh, no, I don't think I'm good at this. I don't think anybody will listen to me. I have this talent and skill, but I don't think anybody will pay for it. You know what's the number one weapon that people who are simple and not so sophisticatedly educated have? They have no fear, and they have no shame of failure. I think those are the two, and they have immeasurable passion to succeed somehow or the other. I think these three skills are the main thing that we somewhere lose down the line, because we are overly educated and sophisticated and conforming to societal norms. Somewhere that guts, what we had when we were in our early 20s, or even when we were a smaller child, yeah, if you've seen small children, 5 or 6, they clown around, they fall down, they just laugh it off, they get up and they're back to normal. As an adult, as an engineer, as a member of an organization and association, when was the last time you did something like that without feeling like, what will others think about me? So this is the first thing. Once you've got your inventory, then see what makes other people great, despite them not having the same qualifications as you. They're doing something right which is clicking. And the pandemic itself is beautiful, because it has given a new livelihood to a lot of content creators. Well, everybody's sitting at home, nothing to do. Amazon, all movies are watched. Netflix, all movies are watched. What more is left? Then you turn to YouTube. You need to consume content. Somebody needs to be keeping on generating something or the other. So find out what's your why. Do you want to do it, and why do you want to do it? By making this inventory, compare yourself with the best guys in your preferred activity. Like, for example, once you make your inventory, if you want to be a super artist, for example, see people who have actually done similar work in the best of best works in what you want to become. Like, for example, now art is also very lucrative. This thing called NFT, or non-fungible tokens, has started coming, and some NFT art has been sold for millions. Now I know that in every group I go and tell this, there will be some people saying that, okay, this is a fad. I'm like, in every group, okay, 100 people will be there. Around 40 people will say it's a fad, it's bad, you are mad, all these things. The remaining 40 people are the people who are crazy enough to start trying it, and 20 people will succeed in it. 10 people will become bloody good at it. And these 10 guys are the guys who will walk away with the money. The naysayers are always there, 10 times more than the people who get things done. They always say, right, if you want to leave the footprints on the sands of time, you have to get up and start walking. You know why? Because otherwise you will only have butt prints on the sands of time, because you're sitting on the sand. So you need to start somewhere. You need to get up and start walking. So the first thing is the why, what, and how should be extremely clear. Now I will take you to something very interesting, very interactive activity. All of you can see 4 figures on the screen. There is a circle, there is a square, there's a triangle, and there is a scribble kind of a figure. Are all of you able to see all the 4 figures? Very good. Okay.
Yes.
What I want you to do is, in random order, okay, there is no specific order. When you look at these figures for 5 to 7 seconds, there will be, for everybody in the room, it will be different. Like, I want you to rank the figures in order of your preference. Like, when you look at this, if the circle appeals to you first, you put number 1 inside the circle. If the square comes to you second, put number 2 inside the square. If the scribble comes to you number 3, the figure on the last, put that as number 3. If the triangle comes to you as least appealing, put that as number 4. I will give you like around a minute and a half, 1, 2, 3, 4, just rank your figures. Then I will tell you what these figures mean. And this is a very interesting, powerful psychometric tool. You can use it for various purposes, right from establishing compatibility between team members. If you are on a date, if you want to impress girls, or if you want to use it for HR recruitment selection purposes, or you want to get to know your personality better, you can use this. But if you, I'll give you a minute. If you can rank 1, 2, 3, 4, then I can tell you what the figures mean and what they might mean for you. So when a couple of people are done, if you can give me a thumbs up, then or some emotion on some icon on the thing. Yeah, okay, I can see Rosemary says she's done. Let me wait for 3, 4 more. Then okay, Teresa is done. Ruben, Mary, oh, everyone's fast. Okay, very good. So sufficient number of people are now taking. All of you have done your 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, now be honest with yourself. Once I move to the next slide now, you are not supposed to change your figures. Okay, whatever it is, keep it like that. Don't change the figures after you see the results. Now there's a large chance that some of you will like, oh my god, I didn't know that I am like this. But this test is a validated one. It has been used for more than thousands of people. So 99% the things which are said in this, most probably already you are like that and you don't know it, or you are, it's like I'm sexy and I know it, like that. I already am like that, I know it. So it can be like that also. And one thing is, go home today and check out the figures of yours with your spouse or with your children. Then you will know why you guys are very happy with each other or not so happy with each other. This is a very, very powerful test that way. So let us, are you eager to know what the figures hold for you? And this is interesting because it does not assume any linguistic intelligence or anything like that. So let's go to the figures. Yeah. So what the figures mean? So those who selected the circle first, yeah, these guys or these ladies are the people for whom the number one emotion to succeed in any job, task, or anything like that is love and affection, reassurance, constant encouragement, and they're a team player and a family person. These are also the touch people. Like, I will never forget how you made me feel. This is their mantra. This is their key thing. Like, maybe I am wrong, but you could have told it to me in a nice way. These are the circle people, and these are the people who will go out of their way to make people feel okay. They care for people, they will always encourage, and they are very sensitive also. But sometimes, they tend to overdo the clinginess and all these kind of things, so they may not be very functionally useful in scenarios where you need to get things done unemotionally. The square people, and I hope and pray that as engineers everybody got this at least in figure 1 or 2, because this shows that you are mathematical, orderly, calculative, you love analysis, and these people think in numbers and grids. So everything, they're like, okay, even if they want to get a grocery list, they will open an Excel sheet. Okay, let me put this in Excel and calculate and see what happens. They always, these are the people who are like, when you start discussing something, okay, let me get a long sheet of paper and then let us plot it. They always like to put things on paper, everything measured, calculated. These are the people who, if you go to their house, even a pen will be in a correct place, and they will get really upset if you move that pen even by 1 inch also. So they are quite perfectionist, cleanliness freak kind of people. But at the same time, the drawback is sometimes they may be socially inept, means they will be so mathematical, they are not really bothered about anything outside. They will be, they're very analog, very linear in their thoughts. The triangle guys, now these people are figures of dominance. They need touch. They are the alpha male or female, natural leadership tendencies with a tendency to usually be autocratic if other traits are present. These are the guys who you can always spot them in any gathering. These are the guys, when probably you used to play basketball in the Philippines, They are the people, I always want the ball. I want to be the one who's shooting all the time. It's my ball, I bring it, and the game stops when I take the ball home. They are good, they are great leaders, everything is fine, but sometimes they overstep and step on the toes of a lot of other group members. By the way, there is also a secret. These triangle people, they also have a very high sex drive. So now I know all the guys who chose triangle in the group, they are very happy. Yeah, but it's a good thing. Yeah, it's a good thing. Now be careful if you are along with some triangle people. This is something you need to look at, and this is something we usually tell people, that triangle people are very peculiar, because one good thing with them, if you are in a triangle people group, if your boss is a triangle person or something like that, he will not allow you to be mediocre. There is only one way, that you either go up or you move out. In an organization where the majority of the people are triangle people, so you have to be really good. Like, for example, I was working with McKinsey a couple of years ago, where we did the same study for most of their engagement managers and junior associates. An overwhelming 93% of the people had triangle as their first figure. It is so competitive inside McKinsey. In 2 years' time, either you have to get compulsory, you have to get a promotion, or they throw you outside. So it's like that. So triangle is also like that. These guys, they will never rest. They always, you will see them studying something. Always you will see them learning something. It's like they are obsessed on steroids. They want to be faster, taller, sharper all the time. But sometimes these guys are also narcissistic. They have narcissistic tendencies. They can be selfish at times. They can be very blunt. And if they are dealing with circle people and all, circle people will exhaust at least 5-10 tissue boxes by the time the triangle people are done with them. They will be in tears and they'll say, how could you say this to me, and all that. But triangle people, the best part is, as teachers, as mentors, as guides and coaches, they may be harsh, but usually they are very right, and they get you to the point by hook or crook. Think of it like a military platoon leader or something like that. Now the scribble people, these guys are creative. They do not like routine. They think out of the box. They are artistic. They're quite emotional and eccentric, quite romantic people also, the people who chose the scribble. The thing is, they are extremely smart, but they are very lazy. They will always see what is the shortcut or the shortest way to get the work done in a most efficient way. Most of the time, they are right also. And they usually dislike triangle guys because they don't like to be told what to do. They're like, listen, you gave me the job, now leave me alone. I will do it in my way, you will get the results. But the triangle guy will say, no, I need to know. Every second I need to know. I need to micromanage, be a helicopter parent and see what's going on. That's why conflicts happen within the group. So, did you find this exercise useful? How many of you are smiling? I cannot see your video, so I don't know your facial expressions, whether you found it relevant or whether it is similar to what you have seen or not. But my advice to you, before you go and combine teams in the office, before you actually look at dating somebody, especially dating somebody, if you are going to a dinner or something, at least take the tissue which is available on the table and get a ballpoint pen, draw these figures, ask them to choose their figures. Who knows, you will be better off not dating a serial killer. It is very safe to do this. It will take hardly 5 minutes and you will remember me for the rest of your life. But it's a very wise decision. Most of the people who I employ, I use this. And in the last 14 years, I have never been wrong, because my subordinates have come to me and said, what is wrong in putting these both people in a team? I said, yeah, in 6 months, you will come to know what will happen. And believe me, in 3 months, these people started fighting and none of the work was done. Then I had to realign them. Then everything got normal. So this is something that I have a lot of experience with. Play the figures on people, most probably what they choose. Because why I believe in this test a lot is, it's not like GMAT or GRE where you need English abilities or mathematical abilities. It's just figures. It's something to do with the way your brain is wired. if we go very deeply down into basic instinct, so you will see that we are all primates. At the end of the day, we think in a particular way. So I hope you found that exercise interesting. Now let us go to something else. Yeah, so what are the strategies you can look at in terms of getting there, in terms of becoming a bulletproof yourself? I call it the PPE system. Now, PPE is very famous now because of coronavirus. It doesn't mean personal protective equipment in this case. It means personal, professional, and excellence. So, my challenge to you is, I'll tell you a secret. It takes 21 days to make a habit, whatever it is. Suppose, take down, Brian Tracy calls it something as BHAG, the big, hairy, audacious goals. So, there is something called the 21-day rule. If you are not able to do something, right? For example, for me, I am not an early riser. I like staying up late. I'm a night owl. I am not a guy who can wake up at 3:34 in the morning and all. So if I want to bring this into my skill strategy repertoire, what I will do, 21 days continuously, I have to wake up at a particular time when I want to start waking up from the 22nd day onwards. Try anything for 21 days. That is called a neural loop. 21 days makes it a habit, then your system gets used to it. Everything changes, like even when the time when you go to the toilet or when you wake up in the morning, what is your sensitivity, the kind of foods you eat, everything can be rewired in 21 days. And if you extend this to 41 days, that becomes hard coded into your neural circuits. Means that will become like coded memory. Like you see these small children, you take them somewhere, after like couple of months also you take them to the same place, they will remember that, because these guys are automatically photographing everything that they see. Their eyes are open, their ears are open, everything is, and their minds are not corrupted, so they are ultra focused. So 21 days to a habit, 41 days to a retinue. Like I have worked personally with de-addiction, whether it's alcohol or whether it is cigarettes or even psychotropic substances, and I have found that no addiction will last beyond 9 cycles of 41 days. Like whatever it is, like you feel you are not able to get out of the vicious cycle of whatever it might be. It can even be debt, it can even be some kind of lottery, it can even be other compulsions, like some people waste a lot of time on porn or whatever it might be. You do it continuously, you stay away from that, or you divert yourself for 41 days into 9, that means around 360 odd days, then it will not be required in your system anymore. You will have surmounted that challenge. So think about it. That's number one. So personal means challenge areas where you are not strong. Step out of your comfort zone deliberately. For example, years before when I started speaking, people used to say I'm a very serious guy. I don't smile. I cannot crack a joke inside a presentation. And I used to be, actually. Even now, I have a very straight face. People get scared when they see me. I don't know why. But the intention is not that. Now I have deliberately started trying to be humorous, and it has worked for me. So write down 3 areas where you feel you are not strong and start working on them. Then professional. Try to hone the skills required in your profession or your vocation or your passion. Every month, whatever salary you are getting, I use a thumb rule of 7 to 10%. Whatever is my take home salary now, in my case, I don't have a salary, I have a business. But whatever I am taking home as my share of the business every month, 10% I keep for investing in personal stuff. Like if I want to learn some course, or if I want to go for a certification, or if I want to spend time on YouTube learning something, like I want to get a premium subscription or something like that, 10% of my monthly income I put towards that. If you do this, and I tell you, there are very few people who are continuously investing in themselves unless the organization spends money on them. Some people, even if the organization spends money on them, they're like, oh, who wants to go? Maximum, I will go for the sandwiches and the pizza and the AC, and I will come back. So, and it's not their fault. Sometimes the trainers are also so boring. So we don't really know. And honestly, sometimes if there is no CPE, means the requirement of professional hours, people will not attend itself. So that should not be the case. Uh, Real leaders are readers, and those who invest in themselves, you will automatically reach to the top 2% very, very quickly. Because what happens, 90% of the public, once they reach a level, then they let their hair down and their legs up and they relax. But the greatest of people, they never relax. They always keep learning something or the other, new. Like I remember one of the stories. If you remember this guy Sam Walton, who's the founder of Walmart, when he was around 70 years of age, he was arrested from a supermarket in Brazil, in a very small supermarket in Brazil, because they thought this guy is old guy and he's gone mad, like he's got dementia or something like this. And they obviously didn't know who Sam Walton was, a multi-billionaire. He doesn't need to be doing stupid things in a supermarket in Brazil. But when they found him out, when they checked the CCTV camera in the supermarket, you know what they found he was doing? He was kneeling down on the ground and crawling between each of the aisles in the supermarket, and he was having some strange instrument in his hand. So the shopkeeper thought he was trying to steal something and put it in his pocket and do shoplifting and escape from there. But actually, when they took a closer look with the CCTV, what they understood that he was having a measuring tape in his hand. And they, like, who are you? Why are you coming to our country and going to some random supermarket and measuring something between the aisles? So it's like, no, my name is Sam Walton. Then oh shit, you're Sam Walton. Okay, Walmart. No, I was actually looking at what is the distance between the aisles in your shop, because you are a small village supermarket and Latin America has a penetration possibility of X percentage. So I wanted to know how you stock your products in a particular way and what I need to keep as the field of distance between both the racks or couple of racks in your storage areas in your supermarket. So they were like, but you are the chairman of the group. You could have easily sent some management trainee and got it done. So he's like, listen, there are plenty of people who can do this. But the satisfaction of doing research yourself and finding out the proof of concept is something that will always keep you young and the best in your profession. That's what he told the police guys and the media when they came. So if a guy at 73 could do this, he doesn't need to do it. At that time, Walmart already had more than 7,000 stores in the US. You think he doesn't know how to actually plan out a supermarket? But this is what it is. Sometimes, these guys are so crazy that their whole life, they're obsessed with that. So what is the kind of obsession you have? Like all of us have an obsession for food. Yeah, 3 times a day we eat, sometimes more than that we eat, and we love good food. What if we have the same craze that we have towards our food to something else in our life? Half of that passion will reach us, 100 times more than what we are now in that field. So think about the professional skills you need to hone, whether it is communication, whether it is leadership abilities, whether it is emotional intelligence. Nowadays this is a new thing. You need to be empathetic. You need to know what the other person is saying. You need to know how to interact when multicultural organizations, multinational organizations are involved. And last one is excellence. See, if you already find you are very, very good at two or three things, pay full attention to that. I have seen some highly talented managers who I have coached and some highly talented students who I have coached. The problem with these chaps is they are so gifted, but they don't value their gift. They come to me and say, sir, so what is so great in this? I'm like, idiot, this skill is something people are ready to die to get. And you have full of that skill with you and you are not willing to use it. Okay, it's a different thing if God has gifted you and your passion is somewhere else. That's a different story. But 9 out of 10 times people don't pay attention to the stuff they are already good at. If you have a gift, like if you're able to smoothly talk, if you're able to explain situations simply, or if you have an ability to diffuse conflict, or if you're very good conceptually as an engineer, you can look at diagrams and your brain starts working like that guy in The Good Doctor in terms of how to do a surgery, how to construct a building, or whatever it is, then you are gifted. Work to the highest level with that and slowly go towards becoming a global citizen. A lot of times we get bogged down due to this colonial overhang, like we are not as good as the Europeans or the Western expats or whatever it is. Like, it's an open playing field. Who told you to come to the organization with that inferiority complex? Throw it out of the window. We are as good as anyone else. It's an open market. It's very simple. You miss, they hit. So you need to be sharp enough not to get hit. Be on top of your game all the time. It's like this: we take bath once a day, we brush our teeth once a day, because we know that if we don't do these two things, people will come and tell us to do this, because odor will come outside. But has anybody told you that it's been a long time since you stirred the pot of your professional skills or your other skills and strategies, that now it started to stink because you've been doing the same thing over and over again? I am not an enemy of repetition. I am not an enemy of routine, because I also believe that practice makes perfect. But if you keep doing the same things that you did over and over again, you will keep getting what you have been getting over and over again, until somebody who's younger, smarter, sharper comes and takes your place. It's like the frog boiling in light, warm water. Until it gets cooked fully, it will not know it's in trouble. So take this PPE system very seriously. Then, answering the WIFM call, this Ikigai diagram. Whenever you study something, whenever you take up an initiative, understand that the greatest gift you are giving are two gifts. One is the gift of your time, then is the gift of your attention. If you pay attention and you give your time, that is even more valuable, because money you can always make, time you cannot make back. Your attention and your pleasure and leisure are very, very costly commodities. Do not give it simply to waste time for anybody else. You will see that when you make a schedule, when you make an itinerary, when you make a journaling initiative, that you plan each day, even if it is, for example, you can say from 2 to 6 in a particular day is my leisure time. I will do whatever I feel like. That 4 hours I'm going to blast. If I want, I will have a drink. If I want, I'll watch a series. I'll spend time with my children, do whatever, but nobody disturb me on my mobile phone. But be true and honest and efficient in that practice. Do not mix activities together, then it leads to chaos. Then try to use any opportunity to hone the skills required in wherever in your life. Like, always ask yourself, when I discuss something with somebody, what can I learn from this person? Why has God given you 2 ears and one mouth? Means you have to listen 2 times and speak once. You have to listen twice as much as you speak. Believe me, after being 15 years in management, I know that being silent and observing and being the last person in the room to speak often is a very advantageous and an extremely heavy persona that you can carry. Usually the first one who blabbers is usually the dumbest guy in the room. And if, despite doing that, if you are the smartest guy in the room, you are in the wrong room. Okay, change the room. That means you are in the wrong company of people. You should always have people who are much smarter than you around you. Then you will get to that level. And create something called a mastermind group. Like, if you want to get good at something, catch 4 or 5 people who you feel are amazing at this. Okay, now for example, you want to be an actor, so you like maybe Brad Pitt or somebody like that. Now you'll be like, he's the guy who is on the poster hanging in my bedroom. How do I reach him? Have you ever thought of reaching out to his agent or his professional management company in Beverly Hills and writing an email? One email, nothing will happen, but you keep sending emails continuously 2-3 months, somebody will respond. Sometimes Brad Pitt itself will get irritated and say, what you want? That's your chance. And Americans are damn good at doing this. The first thing in the morning when they wake up, they keep a to-do list and they will send all emails, very short emails. The problem with us also, as Asians, we write very emotional long emails. It's like a drama series, so nobody wants to read that. And then we will end it with some colonial nonsense like, yours obediently, affectionately, I love you, happy Valentine's Day, like this. Nobody's interested in reading all this. Come to the point. What do you want to say? Like, years ago, I was judging a short story competition, and in that, the Award was shortest story will win. It can be at least 2 words or more, and it has to be continuous, and it has to make sense. That is the only rule. But the subject is, it should have these 4 themes in the same chronological order. What are the themes? Religion, royalty, sex, and mystery. So religion, royalty, sex, and mystery, you should put one after the other, and it should be as short as possible. The shortest story, it was for the European Continental Short Story Writing Competition, so whole of Europe. So whichever language, French, Italian, German, English, whatever you want, you can write. But the shortest story will win. After sifting through more than 20,000 entries, we got one postcard one guy had written. What a brilliant one sentence, it contained all the elements, and it was one sentence long story. You know what is the story? My God, said the queen, I am pregnant. I wonder who is responsible. So you have religion, you have royalty, you have sex, you have mystery also. Finish. One sentence, the whole thing is over. The guy won the short story prize. So think about, can you make an impact in the shortest amount of time? Always remember 3 things. ICI: intent, content, impact. What is the intention behind what you are initiating the action? What is the content, mode, method, or methodology with which you are trying to convey that action? And what is the impact that it has on the person who is listening to it? Now, for example, in our WebEx meeting, we are having around 60 to 80 people, and we have 1 hour. If I made an impact at least in 5 or 10 of your mind, that means time is well invested. Otherwise, I am wasting 60 minutes into at least 80 people. So that's around 4,800 minutes of capital waste. Neither you can get that time back, neither I can get that time back. Always think about this when you invite a speaker or attend a speaker session. What is the take home value that you get? If you don't get anything, then the speaker's done his job anyway, so you're the person who's on the losing side. World Economic Forum Jobs Landscape Report. These are the top 10 emerging positions. Top 10 declining positions are as follows. As you can understand, more tech, more predictive modeling, more data oriented stuff. These are the things which will carry forward AI and all those kind of things which are coming forward in the next at least 10, 12 years. As engineers, if you can also get into big data and analytics and all those kind of things, nothing like it. This is the future, whether we like it or not. If you really want to also, more than that figure test, if you want to have a structured way of looking at what your skills are, there is a test by Gallup. I think it retails at $130, $140. It's pretty cost effective for the amount of money, but ensure that you have at least 3 to 4 hours free, because they ask you a lot of questions in that you have to honestly answer. At the end of it, you will get a solid profile about yourself. I have taken this test twice. Once when I was an executive working for somebody. Now recently, after I completed 5 years in entrepreneurship, and you will not believe the before report 5 years ago and the after report are like reading about 2 different people. So you might want to look at which part of the quadrant you fall into, whether you're an executing guy, whether you're an influencing person, whether you're good at relationship building, or whether you are a super strategic thinker, and then, rethink what you are doing in life and what you are doing in your role. Because I'll tell you what, you only live once. We all only live once. It's too short to waste doing something. See, the problem is about constraints. You studied as an engineer doesn't mean that you will die as an engineer. Engineering is a degree. It is a qualification which gives you certain skills. Those skills you can apply anywhere in the world, depending on what keeps you moving, what keeps you buzzing. Again, I'm telling you, disclaimer, this is not to excite you to throw in your resignation letter on Sunday. But the point is, explore whatever is possible. That's what I'm trying to say. How to stand out in the pandemic? See, one thing is develop your personal brand. And believe me, your personal brand does not come by wearing Gucci or Prada or Armani or Versace or whatever it is. It's about what they speak about you when you are in the room, and what they speak more about you when you are not in the room. Some people can make their presence felt in their absence also. That is what your personal brand is. Oh, wow, this guy is the right person to go. If you have any doubts regarding this area, this person is the perfect person for it. So think about where all you have your brand and your photograph and your reputation is being spoken about, whether it's this organization that you're all members of, whether it's on your LinkedIn profile, whether it's in your job, your designation at work, whether it's in a college that you are attending a course in. People observe. They may not say anything, but other people are always watching you throughout. The national pastime of all the people in the world is bothering about other people's problems. Yeah, seriously. There are so many people who are PhD in other people's problems that if these people bothered about their own thing, world would have been much better place. So they are always observing, like, okay, how is he walking? What is he talking? What dress is he wearing? These people don't have time to look into their own lives. But for the benefit of the whole world at large, ensure consistency in your personal brand. Don't be a decent guy on LinkedIn and party animal on Facebook. Like, have consistency. See, because be very careful. What are the words that people use to describe you when you are in position and when you are out of position? If they still use the same vocabulary when you have no position and power, that means you are super. Because they are not afraid of you, they are telling the truth. Ensure you have consistency. Personal branding is very, very important. Like, for example, you say when you want to take a photocopy, nowadays most of the people are saying let's take Xerox copy. Xerox is not even a function of photocopy. It's the company which produces the machine which is able to take the copy. So can you make your name as a synonym for something? Like efficiency means Teresa or efficiency means Hannah, for example, whatever it is. Like, think about what you want to be known as within this year. Like, instead of taking weird New Year resolution, which there's no point, it's like I will lose 10 kilos after seeing Arnold Schwarzenegger's pumping iron video. Nothing is going to happen. You will go take Fitness First membership. After 10 days, you will quit. That's how they make money, and we lose money. So it doesn't work that way. You have to take small, bite-sized, achievable goals, smart goals. All of you are engineers. You know this better than me. Then leverage digital outlets. See, people want to network, but they come across as stalkers and creeps. Like, I get very irritated when someone simply adds me on Facebook, on LinkedIn, and second day, sir, do you have any job opportunities? Delete immediately. First, you build a relationship with me, man. I don't know who you are. I have given you the courtesy of opening you to my network, which is more than 5 to 7,000 people. Before you even say, hi, sir, how are you? Learn about me, come to know me better, make a friendship with me. You are simply, okay, can we get. See, it's like this. You go on a date, immediately you grab the other person and you try to act creepy, they will run away from you. Better than that, you have to go first base, second base, establish parity first. Same thing even in networking. Never jump. The more you jump at something, the more that thing will run away from you. First, go step by step. So, and why you make all these digital outlets? Because you want people to check you out also. I am very careful who I add in my personal network. I don't add just because some beautiful lady will add me. I'm like, I don't care. What is she going to be useful to me and how can I contribute to her? Is it of use? Then only I will do. Otherwise, I will not. I'll say sorry. Unfortunately, I don't see any common connection between you and me. I wish you all the best, and I write back to them. So some people, they even write back to me very angry. It's like, what is this? You are too arrogant. I said, no, not about that. I don't see any common area where we can handshake. Nothing to feel bad about this. If you do like that, no, in a couple of years, you will have a very good quality network. Like nowadays, there's a lot of competition. How many friends you have? Like, I don't care how many friends you have. You have a heart attack tomorrow morning. Will they be there to take you to hospital? Then these are your friends. It's not about the numbers. It's not, you are not collecting some membership campaign in your network. It needs to be useful to you. Cultivate a side hustle. Like, there is nothing fantastic like doing something on the side, you know. If If you are good at baking, make cakes, get a small license, sell cakes on the side. You can be a wonderful engineer, but you can also be an extremely good baker. Nothing stopping you from that. And believe me, that side hustle, you will be in a dilemma only until you start making enough money from the side hustle that you are like, okay, now I am getting X amount of salary, but I make around 5 times that in my side hustle. So tomorrow that boss will tell me no, leave for the next quarter. You will be like, get lost. I don't need your permission. I can do whatever I want. That is a great liberating factor because you have other things to do. You are not a slave to a system, or most importantly to a boss whose only job is to demoralize you. So you need to develop your wings and fly away. You have immense potential as a person. You need to get to that level. Now, another thing is devote time to multiple streams of learning. Then only you can get to multiple streams of earning. Everybody wants to make money, but people don't want to learn much about it. Classic example is this new age investments like Bitcoin and the stock markets, how they have rallied in the last 1 year. I keep telling my students, of course, I have my investments. I've made at least decent amount of money in the last 1 year. But believe me, this is a bull market. This happens once in 5, 10, 15 years. People take at least 15 years to become engineers, seriously, after studying from KG1 to your bachelor's degree, maybe master's, MS, whatever it is. And you are expecting you will come to the stock market and Bitcoin in 6 months and you will make 800% return. Is not going to happen. Everything has a process. You have to learn. You can get lucky, you can get rich, definitely, but to get wealthy, you need to have a system. Otherwise, it will not work. So devote time to learning, then automatically your earning will grow. Last slide. These are some of the books I love. I'll share the slides with all of you so you can think about downloading these books, or getting them on your Kindle or buying these books. Each of these are masterpieces in personal excellence. I really like all of them. I have read all of them multiple times, especially Atomic Habits and all. Every day I start my day with that. So something or the other, I keep reading, take pencil and take notes and then reflect. Maybe because I'm in the teaching profession, I need to know all this. But these are wonderful books, nevertheless, that all of you can also look at. I've had a nice time having the session with you. If there are any questions? Yeah, I'm sorry. One more resource I had. These are some things you can look at. Now there is a phenomena called MOOCs, massive open online courses. Plenty of free courses are available. Only you need the time. Go register on them and take it. Some podcasts which I love following: HBR, Harvard Business Review, Dirhams and Dollars, more local, and Business Breakfast, which is of course on the radio. Papers wise, I really don't like Gulf News Khalid Times that much because they don't give much value beyond what you can already know. National is a bit more neutral. Bloomberg and the other financial newspapers, because I do a lot of finance related stuff. And if you are a fan of reading multiple magazines, consider getting a subscription on magstore.com. They have access to more than 5,000 magazines. So you don't need to buy each and everything, because in my house there is no space. So my mother said she will shoot me if I buy more books. So better to do like this. Digital is better. So that's all from my end, guys. I'm happy to take your questions. I hope it was insightful, and thanks for having me over.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sujit. I am now trying to see if there are any questions currently in our chat box. But it was really fun, and we have a lot of comments that your presentation is indeed very helpful in our day-to-day endeavors as well. So, do we have any questions? Please, you can send it in our chat box. All right, Mr. Sujit, we have a very curious person coming from Manila, Philippines, Mr. or Engineer Fernando S.
Yeah, I
Guevara
saw that,
Jr.,
Fernando.
asking, what's your ranking on the shapes?
Initially, it has changed, Fernando. When I was younger, it was circle and scribble. Now it is triangle and scribble.
So you are the leader and the leader
Eccentric guy.
of person, and you are very creative. Well, it's very evident in the presentation you shared to us, Mr. Sujit. All right. Are there anything else? Do we have any other questions? Coming from Miss Rosemary for a while.
Is there a good suggestion? Combination of square, triangle, circle, creative people within a team. Ideally, ideally, you know what? Depends on the function you need them for. If it's more a mathematical calculative function, you need a square and you need a triangle and you need a circle. Don't have scribble guys there. If it's more a creative work, like something like concept or logo design or something which you need to think out of the box, you definitely need a scribble person. With the amount of depression cases and all these things happening in jobs nowadays, circle guys are really required because you need the empathetic side also. So in every organization you will find each of these types. The key thing is to not pair opposite types together. Like the square will never get along with the scribble because the square is very organized, scribble is very crazy, but they might be genius but they are not clean, they are lazy, they will procrastinate till the last moment. This will drive the square people crazy because they need everything deadline, chart, Gantt chart, this and that and all. So do not put opposite people together. In this case they don't attract, they self destruct. So rather than telling you who will go together, I can tell you square and scribble are dangerous. Don't put them together. Same way you have circle and triangle are dangerous. Don't put them together. So there are various permutation combinations you can look at.
Thanks, Mr. Sujit. Also, we have a question coming from our very own engineer Jetrofel Rambuyong. He is asking if you are part of the Toastmasters and how is joining Toastmasters helping us?
Yes, I am a part of Toastmasters. I've been a Toastmaster for more than 16 years now. I'm currently the region advisor for Region 11, which is all of the Middle East. And Toastmasters has really helped me because it has got me to a point where I've got much more confident and much more articulate when dealing with people. Of course, I was always a decent speaker. I won't say I had fear of public speaking, but because I was born with cerebral palsy at birth, I had a lot of inferiority in standing up in front of people because I was always worried that they will be looking at how I'm not walking properly or I'm not standing properly. So that inferiority complex got solved a lot because of repeatedly presenting in front of an encouraging audience.
Indeed, it will be very helpful, I guess. So, we have another question coming from Engineer Teresa J. Ocampo. Is there a chance that a person can be multi-shaped?
Yes, it is possible, and the shapes can keep changing also as you age in life. And sometimes I have seen like if somebody loses a parent or a child or some trauma happens or something, the shapes also change. That is the beauty. It is dynamic, and a single shape exposition is valid maximum for around 6 to 9 months. After that, you need to recheck whether the shapes are the same because it's an accurate reading. It's like taking an ECG, you need to come back and see again.
Yeah, so you need re-evaluation of yourself eventually because we are never the same person, I guess, in every phase of our lives. Also, Mr. Sujit, what is the explanation if ever you ranked the square and then the scribble? Rank 1 is the square, rank 2 is the scribble, and we know from your explanation that the square is actually tackling about being organized and being mathematical. But it is in contrary to number 2 or the rank 2, which is a scribble, for example, which is a bit disorganized.
These are the people who are like Nikola Tesla, very engineering oriented brains but highly creative, out of the box. Most probably they will be very difficult for them to stay in a job more than 2 years because they are too free spirited for them to conform to authority. And sometimes they will not be understood or appreciated by their colleagues also because they will be in their own world.
Great. So this is the multi-billionaire combination.
Yeah, if you can get like this, if there is anybody now, don't change your figures, okay? Like keep the figures honest. But if anybody really got this, like you are one in a million kind of person.
All right. Um, really, if the presentation was amazing, everybody actually had fun. Everybody, as much as we have much time, everybody wants to join in. However, it's not possible. At this juncture, I wanted to take the opportunity to thank you, Mr. Sujit, for the time that you gave us and to give us a
Thank you.
really
Thank you.
interesting presentation. Here is our certificate of appreciation coming from ISEP QAE. Let me read the text to you. Certificate of Appreciation. This certificate is proudly presented to Professor Sujit Sukumaran, Optimus Management Consultancy founder, University of West London, Russell Kaima Professor, our guest speaker, about strategies to build a bulletproof you for his valuable contribution given this 23rd day of July 2021 in United Arab Emirates, signed by our Governor and Chairman of the Board, Dr. Renan M. Gotis, PhD, PECE. Thank you so much, Professor Sujit.
Thank you. Thank you. Most welcome and special thanks to Rafael and the organizing committee for having me over. If you need the presentation, I'll be sending it to Rafael. You can collect it from him, and you need to reach out to me, or if you want to connect with me on LinkedIn, don't worry, I will add you as a friend. Just let me know that we met in this event, and feel free to reach out to me for anything that I might be of assistance of. Nice joining all of you this afternoon. Hope to meet again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sir Sujit. All right. So at this juncture, I would like to take the opportunity to thank all the people who made this event possible. Without the help and support of our fellow of the officers and the technical team and whoever working behind this event, we would like to acknowledge your efforts and the time that you have given onto this. Thank you so much. All right, I guess this is definitely a good installation of our 2021 technical webinar series. And today we have covered both technical and also soft skills, courtesy of our very good roster of guest speakers for today. We would like to invite you all to please fill in the evaluation forms that will be sent to you via chat box here in WebEx. Moreover, we would like to request everybody to please open your cameras so that we can have a photo for all the participants and at least put in the books all that we have learned today. Let us give some time to other participants while opening their cameras. May we request our officers to do the photo op?
Ayan.
All right, Sir Leaf, I
Yes.
guess on your cue, please.
Yes po. Ready? 1, 2. Next page. Sorry. Nagpunta lang yata sa mga...
Mr. Sujit?
All right, in our next set.
Next page, yeah. 1, 2. Another page. Meron pa. Okay. Sige, i-repeat ko lang po sa other page.
All right, open your cam and show your very nice smiles.
So, Smile, smile. Okay. Sige po. Okay na po, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Lee, for that. Again, I would like to take this opportunity to thank everybody. Thank you, everyone. We appreciate you being here, spending your time with us. We hope that you learned a lot and at the same time enjoyed our technical webinar today. Thanks again for joining us today, and we will see you next time. And for our dear UAE or ISEP UAE members, we would like you to stay still for this event as we are moving forward to our part two of the 13th anniversary celebration. We will have a short break and then we will start our part two of the celebration. Thanks a lot and please keep safe.